galactic friends, and welcome to the next big clone here on this channel. Today we are building a Wordle clone with React Native. You might have seen the New York Times game where you had like these little letters and you try to guess that word. This is exactly what we're gonna build today. This build is a tiny bit smaller, so the duration of the video is not as long as the other big clones. Check out all of them, by the way, on this channel: Trello, ChatGPT, Finance. We had so many great clones and great feedback already. Today we're focusing on some pretty cool new aspects. So in this clone or during this clone, you will learn things like how to build a dark mode, how to use MMKV for settings, how to use Firebase, of course how to use Clerk for user authentication, but also animations. And there are a lot of small nuggets in this clone that I think you will really appreciate and love. This clone, just like the others, was made possible by Clerk. So I'm a big fan of Clerk. It is the most comprehensive user management platform that I know of. And that means it's not just authentication, it is a user management platform. There are components included. You can get started completely for free. Please use the link below this video to support me and to let Clerk know that I sent you, because that really helps me in creating more of these huge free videos for you. Again, get started completely for free. I think you can have like 1,000 or 10k free users, really. It's all you need for your application to get started. As we have some initial values for this clone, check out the GitHub repository link below this video, which contains all the code and the assets used along the build. And of course, also hit the like and stay subscribed so you get notified about new videos and also all the new clones coming in the future. Before we now start with the coding, let's start with a quick introduction and overview about the different chapters and what you're going to learn along the Wordle clone. In the first part, we're gonna talk about pre-build with Expo, and we do a pre-build of our application that we'll use throughout the course, as Expo Go is limited and we want a real app. So this is what we're gonna build. In the second part, we're gonna then start with the menu page, and we're gonna especially talk about how to use SVGs with React Native and how to use custom fonts with Expo and Google Fonts. In the third part, we're gonna talk about how we can create a nice dark mode for our application that we can toggle on and off, and how we need to react to those values to update the view. In part 4, we built a cool little bottom sheet modal. So if we hit subscribe, we get this cool bottom modal where we have a button, where we have a scroll view and some additional buttons, because that is required in many applications. Part 5 is all about authentication with Clerk. So we're gonna build this authentication screen as it is. We have a custom SVG once again up here, and we're gonna use social providers for our authentication in our Wordle clone. In part 6, we will finally talk about the game UI of our application. So we're gonna build this whole area here, and we're gonna have the on-screen keyboard down here, and of course also the head area. In part 7, we're gonna focus on the game logic. So we will be able to add new keys to our arrays, and we will be able to check for the results. In part 8, we focus on the end screen. So if the user is done with the game, an end screen will be shown where we see either congratulations or failures, and we will be able to show some stats. Additionally, on that screen, we're gonna have a little share functionality that triggers an email where you get this cool little Wordle email with the green, gray, and yellow boxes. In part 9, we're gonna update this view to actually use real high score data from Firebase. So we will connect the React Native app to Firebase and then sync the user data to Firebase. In part 10, we're gonna build another bottom modal for some settings. We're gonna use these cool toggles, and we're gonna see how to use MMKV and listen to the changes so we can manually override the appearance and toggle our dark mode. Part 11 will be about animating elements. So we're gonna add easy intro or layout animations for elements, just like these, and we're gonna have animations that shake the row or flip over those components using Reanimated. In the last chapter, we will also build a web version of our Wordle clone. We will go through a few improvements to make it work on the web, and we will finally host our web version of the React Native app on Netlify. So if you're now excited about this clone, as I am, let's dive straight into the code. Alrighty then, so let's kick off our Wordle clone by running npx create expo app and follow this up with the name of your project. So you can call this Wordle clone or whatever. I'll actually not supply any kind of template or whatever parameters here, because we can by now simply use the default, because the default Expo template, the default for starting a React Native template, and by the way, Expo is the recommended framework for creating React Native applications in 2024. So if you're curious if you should use the React Native CLI, usually the answer is no, you should use Expo. That's why we're using Expo. And if we use the default template of Expo, which is currently version SDK 51, then let's open this up, code-r Wordle Clone. That should open in this editor. I learned something. So I learned something. You taught me this, and I learned something else that you will see along this course. We should have a blank new Expo application. We could already run this. However, this comes with some default structure here. And I actually want to start with really the bare minimum for this project so we get a better understanding. Therefore, we're gonna run the scripts reset project script. This will basically remove all those stuff, put it into app example, and I will actually remove that folder. Under components, I will also remove everything. We can keep the colors. We can keep the hooks folder for the moment. It's not too important. What we want to do at this point is we want to set up a pre-build of our application. And I hear you scream, why can't I use Expo Go? It's so fast. Of course you could use Expo Go, but you could basically use it for like 10 minutes and then we would have to switch over to a pre-build. Because with Expo Go, you get like a sandbox environment with pre-configured dependencies. But usually your application will consist of many more packages later on. So therefore, it just makes sense to just get into the flow and into the habit of using an Expo pre-build right in the beginning. One thing that is kind of optional, but I would still recommend, is to install npx expo install the Expo Dev client. This is not mandatory for an Expo pre-build, but it gives us this nice little interface that you will see very soon in the application. So now you can just follow this up with npx expo run iOS or Android. And if you want to run it on your device, you can follow up with -- device. But for the moment, I'm fine with a simulator. So I will use this as my bundle ID. It will create the necessary folders. Quick note, I can run this on iOS, on the iOS simulator, because I'm on a Mac. If you're using Windows, you can only do this for Android, but you could use something like EAS, the Expo Application Services, which is like a cloud build service, to build your iOS version and then deploy it to an iOS device, and you can still get the like live reload and updates in that application working. Even if you're like not constantly connected. It's kind of mind-blowing. Check out my other video on, that I did on all the ways to build your Expo application. So here is the iOS simulator. And maybe we should do some preparation as well in this first part. So I highly recommend you keep the repository here on GitHub open, the Wordle Clone React Native, which contains some images, some previews, and especially also the assets. So you can grab these assets and place them in your application. Let's try this. Actually, we're using... Aren't we? Yeah, I remember. I did some cool things, but I tend to forget them. So let's replace the stuff in here. Let's just replace everything. Visual Studio, give me an option to just replace everything. So that brings in a couple of things here. Meanwhile, our application is installing on the iOS simulator, should come up very soon. Maybe I make this a bit smaller. It's taking up quite some space, and I know my head is covering this. If you're new, let's quickly check out what we will see. So our layout file, remember we're using the Expo router, we're using file-based routing. This is not an introduction to file-based routing. We're gonna anyway keep it pretty simple, but our topmost layout file in the app folder defines the initial layout. This is also what we're gonna do, like the context loading, provider stuff. In the current case, we only have a stack definition. So stack is pretty simple, like you can push pages and you can go back to something else. And we have one definition for our index page. Name is always simply the name of the file. So that makes the file-based routing pretty easy. And if you check out the index, you're gonna see that there's just a view inside with nothing too fancy. Okay. While this is wrapping up, let's quickly check out that everything's fine. Our app.json looks good. We have typed routes enabled. I don't know, there was an issue previously with Expo Router and typed routes. I hope this is solved by now. We don't have to do anything for Reanimated. That should be installed, but just to be clear, check out your package.json, check out that everything is in there. We got the gesture handler, we got React Native, Reanimated, and we have the Expo Dev client, which means our application is basically ready. So now we're just waiting a second more. Alrighty then, app is coming up. We see that we are using a development build. We could switch to Expo Go, but why should we? And what we see as well is this menu. So if my head is covering this, just want to show it here. This is what you get by using the Expo Dev client, okay? So this, custom menu, where you can like easily reload, go home, do something else. This is what you get. Otherwise, you would have this React Native default menu. On a Mac, you can press Command Control Z to open this up again, or Y. No, on my keyboard it's Z. Maybe I have a German keyboard, so maybe might be Y. But overall, this is it. Then you can go into reload if you got some problems. And we should also see that live reload works. So let's just edit something, and then of course it immediately changes. So there's no need to use Expo Go. We have our Expo Prebuild up with our own live reload installed on the device, which gives us complete freedom and flexibility about all the packages that we want to use in this clone. So now let's continue with the next part and build our menu. All right, so our first real screen is the menu screen, which is, well, not too hard to do, but there are a couple of things that we want to point out that are worth and interesting. So first of all, this up here is an SVG, and it's not too easy to use an SVG with React Native. Second, we do see a custom font over here. So when you use a Google font, and there's actually a package to make this in a pretty easy way. Then we got some buttons that's not too hard to do. And then down here, we might want to show the current date as well. So we're going to use a little date library as well. So really 3 pretty cool things. If you look into the documentation of what Expo recommends regarding SVGs, and what I would recommend is to use the React Native SVG transformer, because then we don't have to manually transform our SVGs. I'm really not interested in like creating custom components. That works as well, but I just ripped them off the page and I just want to use it like it is. So let's see how we can do that. First, I think we need to kill my preview here. And then we need to install the library. So we're gonna install it with --save dev. So this is a development dependency. This is not compiled into our final application. Then we also need the React Native SVG package, which is then actually used to display the SVG. And while we're here, I want to do something else as well. So let's see, Expo fonts. This is unbelievable bad typing. There is a package called Expo font that we can use if we want to use a custom font. And also there's a package called Expo Google fonts, under which you can find a bunch of different fonts directly. So we don't have to do anything crazy. We can just pick out the right Expo font and install it. So in my case, I picked one called Frank Rule Libre. You can use pretty much whatever you want. But then I would just go ahead and install the Expo Google font package and the Expo font package. By the way, if you're unsure which exactly exists, just go into this folder and look through it. There are quite a few fonts in here. So where's mine? A, B, C, D, F, Frank. Where is Frank Rule Libre? This is the one I picked. Cool. And finally, there's one more thing that I wanted to add, and that is for date conversion. I want to use date FNS. So let's quickly see. We just need to npm install this. We can actually do this at a later point, but while we're here, let's do it, and then we can safely bring up, oh, this is slow today here. Then we can safely bring up my preview again. Okay, now let's follow the instructions first for the SVG. To get this as easy as this in our application, we first need to check our metro config. I think at this point we don't even have a metro config. So let's check my folders. Do we have a metro config? No, we don't. So let's do a metro.config.js. Yeah, I know I can run touch and I would be a cool kid, but I will just do it like this. Doesn't really matter too much. So we're getting the default config from Expo. We're importing something and then we're making sure that the React Native SVG transformer is used and that SVGs are allowed like this. Good. Now we can finally run this again. And I don't know why this is slow today. It should be a bit faster. Oh, I think I used the other day like a flag to make this faster. I wish I knew that flag. What was it, like fast compiled something? Let me check. I had something like this in the other application I did about Expo DOM components. I did have, yeah, just like this. Expo use fast resolver. Let me try this out. Can we maybe we can increase our speed. Maybe this is a little hack. So .env. Let's put in Expo use fast resolver 1. And maybe this speeds up our build. I think this is still like beta stuff, so be aware when you use it. Maybe this breaks something, but my hope is that it actually speeds up our development here a tiny bit. Anyway, this is just playing around. I think so far we followed everything. So we installed the library, we configured our metro build, and then we're fine. Cool. So now we should be able, in my index page, to use an SVG. So let's try and import the SVG first. We're gonna do import, let's call this icon from, and then the folder should be something like add assets. Images Wordle icon.svg. Okay, cannot find module, that's good. So we got assets, we got an image folder, and I got a Wordle icon.svg. Good. So why can you not find these? Okay, yeah. Good thing it happens right now. We don't have a declarations file yet. And usually if we use SVGs, TypeScript will complain about it. So let's add a declarations.d.ts, and we want to put in declare module star SVG, and then TypeScript will pick this up and knows that if we're using an SVG, all is fine. Okay. So, did I close this too fast? Just take a look at it. I think I actually got this from the documentation as well. I think they did have this somewhere. I think I got it from them. Here it is, using TypeScript. Then you're gonna put this in. So kudos again to this package. Now let's see if we are able to bring this into my page. So instead of rendering the text, I will know, and by the way, I want to use React Native style sheet down here. Let's start right with a container styling. And then we're going to do flex one, justify content center. I don't want the rest so far. I just want like this. And then let's see, can I use my icon with some specific width and height? And yes, I can. So this is the first thing we learned today. We are now able, instead of somehow getting the SVG transformed to a React component, we can just directly use it in our application. Isn't that great? I think this is great. I love it. Okay. So now we can talk about our actual container and what we need. So remember, this was what it looked like. Let's open this in a new tab again. So we want to have the icon, and then we have our text, and then we have the buttons. Cool. Probably want to place the first one in a little view and give it a style, styles.header. I just read about cursor and using AI to code. I really want to do this more, but I wonder if like this would ruin videos, because if I just go ahead and do some AI stuff here, like write me the header component, write me this, this would be like really horrible for you to watch, I guess. So I'm not so sure yet how we go about that. Maybe I just use it like for development. Okay, text, we got Wordle. This is our title. So we got like a title styling, and then we got text styling. So let's add some styling elements for that as well. Styles.title. And then we're gonna place below this, get a chance. What was my wording here? This. Okay, so this doesn't really look like what I wanted to have. So I want to give my header also align items in the center. Good, and I want to have a little gap between them. Good, that looks good. So for the title, I definitely want to make this really big. So I want to use a font size of like 40, and for the text, I want to use a font size of 26. And I want to make sure that the text is aligned in the center. Okay, getting better. So now for my container, I will also give this some horizontal padding. So we have some constraints right here to make this more in the middle. I want to give the justify content center. Yeah, that's still fine. And I also would like to get some gap between this because I want to wrap the other buttons in another view here. So here we're gonna have like, yeah, something like this. Of course, not like this. These will be buttons, and then we're gonna have another view, which is, let's call this one styles.footer. So here we're gonna have my, yeah, whoever is that. I don't know. Let's add this. Okay. So this is getting the elements nicely on screen. Where should we continue? Should we do the buttons first or the font? I feel like we should do the font. We have installed the font. Yeah, we have installed it. Now we need to load it accordingly. If you check out the documentation of Expo Font, this is not what we want to do. But we definitely want to use the use fonts hook to load our code. That also means usually you want to use something like the splash screen manually to make sure that you hide it only when the font is ready. So let's do this in, yeah, we can do this in the root layout. Okay, let's import use fonts and the splash screen, and I will also now bring in the fonts from the package that I just installed. Okay, from Frank Rule Libra, I will use the extra bold, medium, and black. Now, as Expo said, we're gonna prevent automatically hiding the splash screen. And then we're gonna instead use it in here with the use effect block. Use effect. Okay. And then we're gonna make this dependent on something like fonts loaded, and we can call it like this. So we can call it fonts loaded equals use fonts, and now we specify the different fonts that we want to use. So in my case, these three, and then we go use fonts loaded down here in the dependencies array. So if the fonts are loaded, so if this changes, and this changes when they are ready, then we're gonna hide my splash screen. Additionally, I will say that if we have not loaded the fonts, I will return null. So I will not return any UI in that case. Good. This gives us access to the font, and now we can use that, hopefully, in the index page. Let's see. For the title, I want to use the font family, and that should now be exactly the name. Frank Rule Libra, nice, here we go. And for the text, I want to use the medium color, that's good. It's now used in all the places, that's of course not correct, but we can now talk about the menu. So the menu is like the buttons, and we can assign menu to this one here in the middle. Okay, this one is menu. So this will contain a few buttons. We can later wrap them inside a link component. Or should we do it right now? Yeah, why not do it right now? So we want to start a new game. Therefore, I will create a new file called game up here. And now look at this. I'm not using React Native Functional Export. I'm using React Native Functional Export component with style sheet. And boom, thank you so much for the person who commented this. It immediately brings in the style sheet import and gives me the styles object down there. Thank you so much for making my life a whole lot better. Okay, in the menu, we're gonna wrap this with the Expo Router link component. The href will be set to, and let's see, yeah, we actually do have completion, that's cool. And then we're gonna use a touchable opacity in here. Okay, making sure that we close this. Yeah, that was actually fine. And this will have a text inside, which says something like play. All right. Play. Yeah, looks horrible, but that's fine. That's absolutely fine. We need some styling here, I guess. So let's call this one style. I think we might have to actually apply it to the link component. For some reason, it didn't work as expected last time with schild. So schild usually passes the props down to the component, the child component, but it didn't work for me correctly. So we'll use style up here. Styles.button. We don't have the button styling yet. So let's place this in here. Actually, the button styling is pretty interesting, pretty boring, because we just have like the standard styling, align the items in the center, use some border color, use some width and max width. For the menu, we still need to make sure that we align the items in the center, exactly like this. I would also like to justify content center and add a gap of 10 between my buttons. The button also needs a button text, of course. So let's place it down here. This could be our button text. And therefore we apply this to our button here. Okay, getting better. However, in the preview, we have one like primary button. So let's change this. Let's add a primary button text. So primary item has its own background color and its own primary text. So that means our first button should have the, where is it? The primary text. And this should also be what did I call this? Primary item? No. Where am I using primary item? Let me see. I did some. I went wrong somewhere along the way. Okay, yeah, I see. So usually I would now give it up here. We could just also make this an array and then set the background color manually to black. Okay, that's fine. That's fine for me. So we don't really need primary item. Let's remove that. Get rid of it. Okay. However, that button doesn't look like it should look. We have the menu styling wrapped around this. We do have the button styling. Do we need actually schild in that case? Yeah, we still need it, so it applies this correctly. The touchable opacity here doesn't seem to work correctly, or my button, or I'm just not correct. But let's try. Let's move, create more of these. The problem is we don't need a link now. Now we just need the touchable opacity. This will be a button. And this one gets the styles dot button text. Second one was log in. Okay, this one actually works correctly. Why is my link component not using the button styling correctly? Maybe we should still, for the moment, place this on the touchable opacity. Ooh, that didn't make it any better. Styles button text. Can you see the problem? Because I can't right now. 'Child link component. That's very interesting. I'm gonna have to check this in a second because the other touchable opacity here is actually completely correct. So we have login and we have subscribe. We will actually make this more dynamic later on. By the way, this already works, so our routing automatically works. However, my link component, I'm really sad this isn't working. Ah, I see. I should also give this one the according button text. So it's not only using primary, but it's also button text. And then we get the better picture. By the way, I just noticed we also have this header up here. Let's disable this by going into our layout and setting the options header shown false. Is it header shown? Yeah, it's header shown. Way better, right? Okay, we got play, which brings us to the game page. We got login and subscribe, which we will later connect to the according functionality. Now let's talk about the footer. So this one, actually, let's move it down here. That makes more sense. This will also have line item center and justify content. Please, center, thank you. I said we wanted to have a little text in there as well, I think. So the footer text will just be a very small text. And additionally, we're gonna have the date, which is a bit bigger. So we got these two styling objects. Now let's see, made by Simon will be replaced apparently. So let's change this to footer text. We're gonna have two of these. So let's call this one is like number. I know in the official game it's like counting up every day. We will not really do this. We're gonna just say edited by Simon Grimm. Okay. So we got these two. Now the more interesting thing is how we get the date in here. So the date, how do we call this? Footer date? Yeah. Okay, this one is in bold, and now we just need to use the date FNS library. So we can call format, and now it's gonna be hard to get the right import. Yeah, I didn't expect that to work. So we could just import format from date FNS, and then we call format with the right format. So first of all, we pass in the date, which is just new date. This gives us the current time and day. And then we have the format string. You can look this up in the documentation. So I'll use MMM. So the month, the day, and the year. As a result, you should see this. It should print out your current day in a nicely formatted way. Cool. I think this is actually already most of our menu. What we need as well is, of course, to bring up the little subscribe overlay. And we also need or want to show the login in a second. But for the moment, let's keep the menu as it is and focus on something that you should really do right in the beginning if you want to implement it, which is dark mode. Creating a dark mode is actually pretty easy, and we have also all required packages already installed. If you look up the Expo page on color themes, you're gonna see first of all we should install the Expo System UI. As far as I know, we should have Expo System UI already installed. And we should get started by simply wrapping our application with a theme provider. This also helps to correctly style our React navigation elements. So we're gonna go ahead with a theme provider from React Navigation, and we're gonna wrap this around my full stack here. Now this needs a value. So we're gonna have to set the value to something. And at this point, we can bring in a cool hook called color scheme. So const color scheme equals use color scheme from React Native. Now we can directly grab this one and use it in here. So we're gonna check if the current color theme is equal to dark, and we get the nice type completion here. If that is the case, I want to use the dark theme for my navigation elements, and otherwise I want to use the default theme. You can try this, by the way, in your application. Let's set this to true. And then I want to see, I think the command to hide this is, okay, on iOS simulator, you can run Command-Shift-A to toggle this. For Android, you can do it with the ADB shell, CMD UI mode, night, yes or no. Okay, so let's do Command-Shift-A, and this turns my application dark. This is really easy now to try in my application. However, we now need different styling for that page. Also, I want to set my header back to false. Okay, just not messing things up. Under constants, we have a colors file. So in the default Expo application, there is already something defined in here. However, we're gonna get rid of that and use the colors. For that, I recommend go to GitHub and grab them. We will also not do this on all the pages because this is quite tedious. If we want to implement this everywhere, we're going to do it for the menu and probably also the game screen, but not in all places, but feel free to do it. I just want to show you how the general stuff works. Okay, in order to do this and to correctly use this in our application, we now also need some changes here. So first, let's bring in the color scheme here as well. Equals use color scheme. And then we're gonna grab some colors. We're gonna grab the background color and see which is the right one right now. So we can use our colors actually. So the one we just set up, so constant colors, add color scheme dot background. This is almost correct. But this might be undefined, so we need a little fallback. So if this is undefined, I want to use by default the light key and then get the background. Additionally, I want to get the text color, which we can do like this as well. So this would give us from my colors object, so either the light text or the dark text. Cool. With that in place, we should be able to style parts of my page. First of all, we don't really need to change the background color, right? I mean, we could. Is the background color different? It's black. Not really. I don't think this is going to make a big difference. However, my button here might need a different background color. So let's go to the first one. This has a background color of black right now. We're gonna change this and we're gonna check if the color scheme is equal to light. If that's the case, I still want to render the black button. And in the other case, I want to render something like 4A, 4A, 4A. Okay, cool. We got a slightly different button up here. The button text, I think, can actually stay mostly the same. That should work. However, we see the text up here isn't really working. And if we want to do something like this in many places, it becomes quite ugly sometimes. So a good trick is you can create your own component, and you can actually see this in the default Expo app example. But I wanted to do this manually again with you. I just took some inspiration from there. So let's call this one themed text.tsx. I'm gonna do just a themed text object. And now we can add some props in here. By the way, we're getting them simply from text props. Oh, nope, not SVG. Text props from React Native. So we're getting the style, we're getting the children of this element, and we're also getting with a spread operator all the rest. Now, this one should simply be a text. Okay, so let's change this to a text. Within the text, I want to render the children, of course. And the text gets the style that is applied here. So it will get the style. And it will also now get a color. And this is where the difference comes in. And by the way, it gets all the other properties that might be passed to the theme text as well. Okay, so by now there's no really color scheme included in this. This is just like a wrapper around the React Native text component. But now you bring in the color scheme again. So color scheme equals use color scheme. And now, of course, I did not get the import right. Oh my goodness. from React Native, and then I get the right color by using my colors. So we have like our own theme, and then I would use the text color, and I would apply the color in here. So if you're now using a theme text, it would automatically switch it. This is basically the same procedure we did like here, but usually it's a lot easier to use something like this across your application. So now let's see if we use the theme text for Wordle up here, and we just replace my text with theme text, we should see that Wordle becomes responsive as well, or not responsive, but more like this. Then for login, I want to use this as well, and for subscribe, I want to use this, and I want to use this down here for all 3 elements. And you see, we are in light mode, we see the default. We're in dark mode, we see this. One more thing, I think the buttons we have here should have a nice border color. So next to the button styling, I feel like we should add a border color of the text color. Yeah, that should work. So let's bring this into the second button as well. And then I really like this, like it just works. It was quite like, it took us right now about 5 to 10 minutes to implement this. But as an end user who plays this game, some people really place a lot of like value in dark mode. They're using this often. Maybe you're using this word, this application often in a dark environment. So using a dark mode can really help a lot. So we got our background scheme defined here. Actually, we're not using. I mean, we could use this up here, but I feel like we're anyway from our React navigation, we're anyway using, now we're using a slightly different background color. Okay, yeah, okay, let's do it. I'm fine with that. But overall, this is it. So hopefully this gave you an idea of how easy it is to set up dark mode in your application. As I said before, we're gonna continue this in a few places of our Wordle clone. But for the moment, let's focus on the next object. All right, next screen is the subscribe screen. We will actually not implement subscriptions this time, but we're still gonna tackle this screen because it has some cool things like being a modal in general. And I really like the UI with the little footer element. So I think many apps will need this, and therefore we're gonna do it as a little exercise. What we need is the React Native bottom sheet. I've used this before, and we'll actually use another package called React Native LE, basically. It's a JavaScript React Native component to render lists. So I couldn't find a great way to render a list, and I wanted to have a UI like this. And actually, that component is really, really great. So I already started by installing the according packages. So we've speed this bit up. npm add gorehome bottom sheet. This is the first one you need, and then you also need the li package and the counter style package for our list. Good. With that in place, so I wanted to find the easiest way to implement a modal in my application, and I really like to put all that logic for the gorehome bottom sheet into its own component. So under components, create a subscribe modal.tsx, and then we're gonna place this in here. Good. Additionally, what we need as well is to use the gesture handler root view. So let's place this here in our gesture no, not props. That was almost good. That was almost good. Okay, that import is horrible, but we need it from the React Native gesture handler, of course. And then we also need the bottom sheet modal provider from the gorehome bottom sheet package, and that one goes around our application as well. So bottom sheet modal provider goes here. This helps us to access the modals from all the places. I think this usually also needs style flex 1. I'm not 100% sure, but I will just do it so we are safe here. Good. Now, how do we include this modal? Whenever we click subscribe, I want to trigger that. And I want to add a simple ref in here. So subscribe modal ref equals use ref. And then the bottom sheet modal. Oh, come on. Why is every import going wrong today? This one. Okay, fine, with null. Now I will just place this modal somewhere on the page. So my subscribe modal goes in here and the ref is set to my subscribe modal ref. While you're at bottom sheet modal, null. That's a good question. Use ref with the type bottom sheet modal and it's set to null. Okay, no, this doesn't make anything better. That is interesting. Like the exact same line in my code. Oh, it might be about the props here. Yeah, so let's go into this real quickly. If we want to use it like this, we're gonna have to call it slightly different with a forward ref. I think this might be a thing of the past at some point. So we have a ref here from React, and then we have our props and the ref, and then we need to wrap this up correctly. Ref generic type ref requires, let's just export the type ref bottom sheet modal and then get this from Gorham, remove it here, and finally we made it work. That was quite hard. This is like a React thing to forward the props correctly. Again, might change in the future, so if you're coming back to this in the future, welcome in the future. Hope everything's great. This might not be required anymore. Anyway, in my index file we do have the change correctly, and I can now simply add handle. Let's call this one const handle present subscribe modal. And what this does is simply call subscribe modal ref.current.present. And I can now attach this functionality to my third touchable opacity, which has the subscribe. So on press, I want to call handle present this. It currently says subscribe modal. Well, because this is not really a modal, this is more like a view. So we should probably work on that for now, because this should have simply the bottom sheet modal. Yeah, we need some stuff for the bottom sheet modal. That is true. So let's get started. We need snap points. These are the points where, oh no, where the modal snaps. Usually you use memo. Again, this also might be removed in the future. We might not need this. I will just set it to 90%. So snap points are my snap points. Then I want to have the another functionality. I want to have dismiss, and I can grab this from use bottom sheet modal as a hook. Actually, I think I haven't used it like that before. And I want to get the bottom save area using the save area insets hook. This will help us so we don't place any content at the bottom. And now we can do, okay, one more thing. I want to have a custom backdrop, because I noticed that usually the backdrop doesn't really work well for me. So there's this code snippet I found. I think this is actually on the Gorham documentation page. It's pretty much the standard backdrop that we can render. But play around with these values if you want to. But now we can use this as the backdrop component in here. Okay, so we now have snap backdrop. We also need the ref. So that is the ref that is forwarded to our subscribe modal. And then what do we need still? I think we need an index still, so that should be set to 0, so we get the snap points right. Ref index, backdrop components, snap points. We probably should have some sort of child included. Yeah, that's better. So if I say something in here now, then it should work. Let's try. Let's click subscribe, and here we go. This is my modal, nicely coming up. I also can click the backdrop. It turns it slightly dark, so again, I could change this and then it would go a lot darker. Play around with these values as you see fit. Additionally, I want to remove this little handle up here. I think there's just one other property. I think I can set the handle component simply to null. Yeah, that gets rid of the whole thing. Cool. Let's start by adding some styling. So I want to add the content container styling. This goes to my topmost element here. And then I want to have the container headline. So as a quick reference, again, this is what we're building. So we got a headline. Maybe I should place the view to the side because we also need to work on the bottom area, and my head is usually covering this. So quickly changing this. Okay, here we go. So we got a headline, we got some icons, we got the cool list, we got some text, and I want to scroll this whole part here with the text. And then we have the sticky area at the bottom where we have another button and some text. Where do we start? So much to do. Always the best thing is to just start somewhere. So I want to start with the container headline. Big font size. I want to use my own font family once again. So let's see. We should place this also. We have some buttons first. We have some modal buttons first. Okay, let's do our view style dot. Let's call this modal buttons. That should probably be like a row of buttons. So the first one will be a link to the login page. We don't have the login page yet, I just noticed. So let's do a new file, login.tsx. Thank you. We're just gonna call this page, and then we should be able to use /login here. And then that link component needs a little touchable opacity. Oh, we didn't get the link right. Expo Router, yep. And modal buttons doesn't exist yet. Yep, absolutely understandable. Flex direction row, justify content, space between, padding. I don't know, we're gonna get to that. But let's see, where's my, here is the view, and we need something inside. So that is a touchable opacity. Make sure you get it from the right package, actually. And then we have a text, styles, style equals styles.button text. We still need to define this, yes. And we'll just say login. We could also say login lowercase and then text transformation. Meh. Doesn't matter too much, honestly. Okay, login. Let's see. We're gonna place the other touchable opacity as well in there. This one will on press call our dismiss hook, and this will not be a text. This will actually be an ionicon. So let's use the ionic. Oh, we haven't used this before. Oh, why is it not working? That's interesting. Button text. Oh, I call this text button. My bad. Ionicons. Why are the ionicons not automatically imported? That is strange. I haven't seen that one before, I think. Anyway, let's add them up here from Expo Vector icons. And then we should be able to use it. Let's use name close. Size, I want to use the size something like 28, and I want to use the color, not black, but I just want to use it from my constants. I will just use a light color. As I said, we will not do this in all the places. Okay, cool. However, my modal buttons, this should bring as child. Oh, where did I go wrong? What did I do? Only expected to receive a single element. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Oh, that's also why they weren't spread apart. Good. Okay, we got login and the X here. So now for modal buttons, I will give it a padding horizontal of 20 and a padding vertical of 10. Okay, now they are placed in the right place. Should we align the items in the center? Yep, that's better. Cool, we got the text button. So this brings us to the login. This should log in as child. Yeah, we might work on that transition later. For the moment, that should be fine, and this should close the modal. Okay, that is good. So this will be sticky at the top. And now if I want to have another view that's scrollable, I can actually use a scroll view, or I can use the bottom sheet scroll view. This is like an optimized version of the scroll view for the bottom sheet, which makes it a bit better. Now I can finally use my headline here. Unlimited play, try for 7 days. I actually included the line break myself here, simply because I didn't want to have another text element. And then we can just render an image element here. This is not SVG, so I can just set the source, and I will just use require in here. I don't like this the most, but it's just fast and works really good. So, so under assets, images, games.png, I ripped this one off. So I didn't create this one. I'm not taking any credit for that image. And we still need styles image. So if we save right now, we would see it like this. However, my image should only use a width of like 90%. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And now I want to align myself. Just curious, did we kill like, we did kill 2 icons by going for 90%. Let's set the height as well to like 40. Yeah, then we get everything. Nice. Otherwise, we could have also changed like the contain mode. So now we already see we can scroll this part of the view. That's pretty cool. Now after this, we get to the marked list. Let's place this in here as well. Again, we're still inside of the scroll view. So style, let's just do margin vertical. Yeah, sometimes I do this inline. And now we bring in a marked list, the component we just installed. We should place a little array at the top. So if you check out the repository, you're gonna see I have this benefits array. This makes it a bit easier to create our list items. So this is really, I don't know why it's so hard to create a marked list like this. But anyway, what do we need? We need the counter renderer, and this one will be disk. We just need to make sure, yeah, the import is right, but that looks horrible. I don't think we need to import it like this. Let's see. No, we can import disk from like this from the package. Okay, going down. So this is my renderer for the items. And now within the marked list, I will just go over the benefits exactly. So benefits.map. And for every, I want to call this value and index, makes it a bit more generic in case you plan to use this somewhere else. For every one of these, I want to use a text. The key will be the index. The value is the value, and then we probably need some. Should need another one, yeah. And then we have some styling. Okay, this brings it up pretty okay for the moment. Let's say this is styles dot whatever list text. And let's place the list text down here. For the list text, I actually want to use like a smaller font. So list text should be font size 14. There's another one we should use. We should use flex shrink. This is specified on the repository of the link style, I think. And then I want to set this to a light color, so something like 4F. Okay, that looks cool. So this is my list text. If I now also want to change how this is presented, I can add this to the line style of the marked list. So again, it's an easy package, but it really gets the job done in a nice way. So for the line style, I want to set the padding horizontal to 40. Okay, this centers the stuff. Then I want to have some gap between the items. Okay, and then I want to have margin vertical of 10. Voila, it's a perfect list. This is great. This is a great component. I really like this component. It's so easy, but it really helps to speed up the presentation here of the view. Now, to show you that we can nicely scroll this, I wanted to also add a really long text to this view. So I want to add like a disclaimer text, which has just a line height and some settings here. And this is just some random text. I think I copied this actually over from the page. So now we actually have a reason to scroll this view. And we now want to render our bottom component as well to wrap up that view. So the bottom should be outside of the scroll view, so it becomes its own view. The styling here is interesting because, yeah, we should make this an array. We're gonna have some footer styling, and we're gonna use our bottom height from the use safe area insets down here to make sure we're respecting the safe area of that view. I understand we don't have the footer styling yet, so let's do this down here. And we will also have some footer text, of course, that will come in here. Good. With that in place, we need a touchable opacity, which is the button here, touchable opacity. As I said, we won't implement anything like purchase or something. In the repository, I think I do have another constants file for some stylings, just like this, which defines general button and button text. I highly recommend you get that styles constants file. What do I want to say? Anyway, just grab the file or use this one to create a styles file in the constants folder. And then we have a blueprint for the button. I think we're going to use this in other places as well. So now with that in place, we can use default styles.button. Should I have made this uppercase? Maybe. Oh, I'm not sure about the rules right now, the rules of the React gods. I don't know. We're just going to do whatever we think is correct. So, JS element has no closing tag. Yes, that's true. Okay, that's a good start. We have a black button down here. It seems to be mostly in the right place, actually, but it's also not perfect yet. Let's render a little text below the touchable opacity, and then we're going to focus on the rest of the styling. So, it seems to be in the right place, but again, not perfect yet. However, if we would remove this bottom padding, this is what we end up. So always make sure you're respecting the safe areas or you're getting in trouble. By the way, the text should of course have default styles.button. Come on. Yes, this one. Okay, yeah, that's almost good. Okay, now we just need to style the footer accordingly. Let's give this one a background color, nope, of white. Okay, that won't change a whole lot. I previously had padding horizontal of about 20. Yeah, comes along nicely. I also wanted to have some shadow here. So if you want to have some shadow, you can just set the shadow color, the offset. So I would change the offset. It would become more apparent. It's quite hard, I think, to see this, but just look at the top area. This is where the shadow is usually, and it's really a thin shadow. We do have some padding top as well in the box. Then we can see it probably even better. So with more padding top, you see it starts over there, and we have this nice little shadow. I also wonder, yeah, this footer text should definitely be aligned in the center. It should also have some padding top itself of 10 and a different color. Let's use 484848. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Also, I really like the scrolling aspect here in that view. Finally, I previously had something like margin top auto, but that doesn't change anything, so we don't really need that anymore. Cool. I think we actually nailed it. So the cool thing about having all of this in here is that whenever we would need that subscribe, we'll actually not really use it in any other places. Oh, Simon, why did we do this? Yeah, but it's an exercise. But we now have this cool subscribe modal that we could, in theory, use in every view where we need to display a subscribe. So if you have like an upsell or a general paywall in your application, you usually trigger this when the user does something. And now you can just include this modal and like these two lines in those components, and boom, you bring up that component with all the cool things. I think this is a great way. Again, the login is not yet perfect. We're going to talk about that in a second, but for the moment, I really enjoy the UI. Might be one of the best, it's not one of the best pages of this app. There are many cool things coming, but still, it's a great modal. Thanks to Gorham again for the bottom sheet, and also for the list style package to JS something, JS AMR. I don't know exactly what this means, but check it out. And now let's continue with the next part, which brings us to authentication with Clerk. In the Wordle game, you can also sign up and create an account and later track your high score. And this is exactly what we want to do as well. And we want to use Clerk for this as our user management platform. Why are we using Clerk? Because I really love Clerk. I've used it in a bunch of other clone videos and other projects, and it is really unbelievable easy to get started. Many of you have asked before, why could I not just use Supabase? Yes, of course, if you have basic requirements, you can also use Supabase auth, but Clerk is so much more than just auth. Like, just looking at it from the outside and thinking, oh, this is just authentication is really not the right thing. Especially Clerk also offers components which you can use right in your React application if you use this on the web. For mobile, we're gonna use our own flow. They're currently working on a bunch of cool features that I already saw in the Discord channel. So let's check it out how you can install this as well. It's really super easy. First, sign in to your Clerk account or create one for free, and then go to your applications, your personal account. Where we go? Personal account, and I want to create a new application. I want to call this the Wordle Clone. We're going to use email. We're going to probably use something like Facebook, Apple, Auth, whatever. You can also, of course, still change this later if you want to. Now, you're just a couple of steps away from your first users. That is correct. And I want to pick Expo. So we already do have, let's maybe zoom in a bit. We already do have our application, and we don't really need all of the things here, but we mostly need the Clerk Expo package. So I installed already the Clerk Expo package, and I also added the Expo Secure Store, so we can store the token in a secure place. And at the time recording, I had to add Expo Local Authentication because otherwise I got a little issue. So maybe that is still the case when you try this, maybe not, just for your information. Okay, then what we need is to use our Clerk key in our environment. So I'm gonna just copy this over to my environment file. Good. Does this automatically update my project? I hope so. Okay, now can we just yeah, this is better. Now we did this. Now we need to add the Clerk provider to the root of my application. We can certainly do this. So let's go to the layout together. Let's bring in the import for Clerk. And then let's wrap it just like this. Actually, this is a pretty cool way of making sure that you get this key. So let's do this up front. If we're not able to get the key, we're gonna throw a new error. This makes sure that no dev on your team can mess up things. And now we're gonna put the Clerk provider around our app. We're gonna get the publishable key, which is of course the publishable key. And then we can close this down here. Additionally, there's one more thing that I want to do. So this is the default setup and we've successfully finished that. Unless we see that error, which indicates that, well, we did not load the env file. Okay, now we got it. This is a warning. Clerk has been loaded with development keys. Development have used image. Should not be used when deploying to production. So this is just a warning that you can completely ignore. Actually, I would like to have a way to ignore that. Probably there is a React way that I just haven't seen. So now let's use the token cache to persist the active user's session token. As I said, I did this up front. This is how the token cache should look like. This is the code for the token cache. However, I would like to do this in a different file. So what I recommend for you as well is to have a little utils folder, new folder utils, and inside we're gonna do a new file cache.ts, and we're gonna place this inside. So we're gonna get the secure store, the token cache here as an implementation. So that's the interface for our functional component. We overwrite the get token and save token to make sure that we're using the Expo secure store in place. However, in the end, we want to deploy this to the web as well. And on the web, we won't have the secure store package. So what we can do is we can say if platform is unequal to web, we're going to use it. And otherwise, we will simply not use it. Okay, this is a nice little hack. And now we can go back to my layout and say for the token cache, please use, no, we just call this cache, I think. We call it token cache and use this for the application. Good. At this point, we have it loaded, but I also brought in the clerk loaded. So this is one of the components that you can immediately use. And we're going to use the signed in or signed out component in this clone as well. And we're going to just wrap it around our app. So we can just say if clerk is loaded, we're going to show all of this fun. Otherwise, we won't. Okay, so now we reload and we're ready. So when this is displayed, we're pretty sure that everything works as advertised. Good. Now I want to add a new screen finally. I want to add the login screen. This one has some options. It should have the presentation set to Modal first of all. And then we can go to the index file and wrap our login with the Expo link component. So href in this case is going to /login. Let's wrap this around. This will most likely mess up the button. If I say schild, it's not working. I don't know exactly why that is the case, but if I place the style here, this used to work. I'm pretty sure this used to work. But anyway, now additionally, we might want to have a sign out button here. So we can get the sign out from use auth from the clerk hook. Pretty easy to use. And now, as I said before, you can use the clerk loaded component in the web. You can also use the general UI for sign in and sign out components from clerk. And now we don't want to display the login button all the time. We might want to have a second button, which actually, no, the second button doesn't need link. We should be able to copy this one. And this one should simply say sign out. And on press, I want to call my sign out. What did I mess up? Yep, that's better. Okay, so of course I don't want to present these two buttons all the time, and we don't need any big logic for that. Just say if we're signed out, wrapping this one with a signed out component from clerk, we're gonna present the login button. So it would show up right now. But if we're signed in, no, not the sign in component, but the signed in, then we're gonna render the sign out button. So by just using these two components, we make sure that we can log in, Okay, we go to the login, and if we are logged in, it should present the sign out button instead, which will help us to sign out from Clerk and vice versa. Cool. Let's get back to the layout, because for the login, I actually wanna slightly change the UI here a bit. I wanna set the header shadow visible to false, so there shouldn't be a difference. I want to set the header title, and I won't set it to a text. I will actually set the header title to an SVG graphic. So let's bring in the New York Times logo. So this should be in your assets folder, and go down again and then use logo as a component here. I want to set the width to something like 150 and height to 40, and then it renders nicely the SVG. Additionally, to the header left, I'm gonna place a little touchable opacity from React Native. On press, I want to do something, I don't know exactly what, and I want to use the Ionicons, name close, size probably like 26, and colors should come from our own theming. Again, I will just use light gray. On press, I need to do something. Yeah, let's bring in the router. From Expo, const router equals use router. And then you can just use the router in an imperative way. So when I click this, I will call router.back. Okay, let's see. Oh no, this is a subscribe one. This is the login. Let's see. On press, I want to call router back. Let's do a little reload. Okay, brings up the login, and I can close it. Also, at this point, I think subscribe and login. Yeah, now the flow works better. I would really love to disable this. Maybe I'm gonna figure this out in a second. For the moment, we're just gonna accept that it is in there. Yes, we've used sign in and sign out. That works perfect. I can have auth routes. We can have our sign in page and sign up page. This is actually what we wanna do right now. So we're gonna build a screen with OAuth included, and that's by default enabled now. So let's zoom out a bit here. I think for the integrations, no, I think it's organizations. No, it's here, social connections, right? These are using some default instances from Clerk. So we can use this right now, but if you go to production, so up here, if you change this to create a production instance, in that case, you're gonna have to supply some credentials for Apple. You have to correctly set this up for Google. So there's some work involved. Clerk has some great guides on this. This is really out of the scope of React Native. It's more about configuring Google and Facebook and Apple stuff. But if you wanna see this in a future video, let me know and I will definitely make that work. Good. But for the moment, let's go back to our login page. So on the login page, as I said, why can't I just use this once? That's strange. Core animation. I feel like I used something wrong here for my login. Let's see. Login. We got a touchable opacity. React Native. No. Strange imports. And touchable opacity as child. We got sign out. It looks pretty good to me. Looks pretty good. Okay, let's go to the login. So we're gonna have 3 strategies, and I think I used this kind of way of setting this up before in one of the other clones. This looks a bit strange, but it just makes it easier to like dynamically select one of the OAuth providers. We're gonna get the router because we always need the Expo router. Then I wanna have probably like another field. No, we don't really need that right now. But usually what you would do is you would use start OAuth flow, and then you would use the use OAuth hook from from Clerk, and you would place the strategy that you wanna use in here. So for example, strategy Google. The problem is I need 3 of these and we get some naming conflicts in that case. So therefore I'm gonna remap that name to Google Auth. The second one will be remapped to Facebook Auth, and then we got Apple Auth as well. Now I just need to change these here to Facebook and to Apple, and then we got a nice setup already. Once we select something, we're gonna start. So on select auth, we're gonna do something. Async, we got the strategy passed to this one. And then we're gonna do the actual authentication. But before we do that, let's talk about the UI. So I wanna wrap this in a little container styling in a scroll view to make sure we see everything. Let's use a simple scroll view, really. Sometimes I rarely use a scroll view. I don't know why. I don't know why. I usually use something else instead. But here we go. Here is a scroll view. Let's use some styling. So the whole styling here is quite boring. Let me bring these in. This is just styling for a text with values about padding, weight, text alignment, or color. I should really have used this in a different way. But maybe you can do this. So then we got our first 2 text elements, which are the header, login or create an account, and then we got the subtext. Then maybe you got something like an input label. This is actually quite interesting because there's no real input label. So let's call this one input label, or at least I haven't found a good way to use this. So in case you have a text input component here from React Native, styles input, placeholder email, yeah, that's fine. Let's see how we can style this. So we got an input label and we got an input. For the input, it's actually pretty easy. Like styling an input is always the same. You place some border around it. But to make sure that this input has a nice label, you actually need to add that additional label and style it correctly so it looks cool. Maybe even like you could make this bold once you click into the text input. That's not really that easy. Like I feel like this should work out of the box. I don't know why it doesn't. Anyway, below that, I want to place a touchable opacity. This will just be a fake button. We will not use email sign up today, but it would be just as easy as using the rest of the Clerk functionalities. Really, just give it a try. Install it in the clone you're doing or do it in another project. You're going to see how easy it is and how fast you can move forward with Clerk. Okay, so here we go. And by the way, if you want to see the flow for like email or phone out, check out the other clones I did. I tried to switch between the different ways of using Clerk, so you see pretty much all the ways how you can use OAuth, over the air, phone code verification, email verification. All of them should be included at some point. Good. Now, between the upper part and the lower part of this view, I want to have a little separation. So this one is like the next one. There will be gap, and then there will be our social buttons. But between that, I want to have a little separator view. So for that one, let's bring in a separator here, and let's give this font size of 16 something, and colors dot light gray. That should be fine. And now let's go ahead. Again, this one is pretty boring, but we want this. We want a nice view here. So styles dot separator. Actually, this should be separator view, right? The one that surrounds it. Separator view. The separator view. Well, how do we call that one? We do have a flex direction row. Then we have some gap between the elements, and of course a line item center and margin vertical of, let's use 30. Oh, where is it? Who's mad at me? Okay, this one. Okay, so can't see a separator view yet. Bear with me, because we need a view, then we need a text, which has the style separator, and then we have another view. Okay, that's the whole point. And the view should have like flex 1 in their styling. Flex 1. Okay, so I'm just gonna add this here as well. And then we see the OR is in the middle, and now we just need to make this a thin line. So you can just use something like border, bottom, color, and set this to black. And once you got that, you can set the border bottom width. You could set it to 1. Yes, you could. In that case, it would look like this. However, if you want to have this really, really thin, instead of 1, you would use stylesheet.hairline width, okay? So see the difference between this and that one. So if you want to have something really, really thin, use it like this. Good, this is our separation. And now we just need some touchable opacities down here. There is a button styling that we should bring in. So we're gonna have an outline button with a white background, black border, this one actually having a full width border, some height, rounded borders, aligning all the items in the center and making sure with flex direction row that we can have like an icon and then some text inside and of course some padding. Nothing really crazy. Let's place them inside. Yeah, we're gonna do them manually. I mean, you could have what is this? Is this correct? Button outline on press. I mean, the on press is definitely wrong here. This should be something like on select auth strategy.google. But basically, it doesn't look too wrong. It's just styles. Copilot, you almost got this correct. You almost got this one. I'm so sad. This could have been perfect. Anyways, yeah, let's copy just this one. Let's just perfect this one. The first one should have Ionicons, name, logo. What do I use? Yeah, we can use Google first, size 24, and use the button icon style. I think this is anyway black by default, so we don't really have to do anything about that. Good, this is our Google auth, and now we just duplicate this and triplicate this. Is this a word, triplicate? I don't know. But the second one should be simply Facebook. A third one, Apple. Continue with Facebook, continue with Apple, and making sure that we use this. So this is why we use the enum. This is why we made onSelect auth pretty much generic. Then we can just easily hook all of the things up later, and once we click something, it would get the right information in the onSelect auth. Good. This is the general UI for the sign up. At this point, we have connected our Clerk application here with our Expo application using the environment, using the provider. How do we now sign in? Well, that part is actually the easiest stuff. We can now grab our selected auth variant by using a little trick. So we create an object with our keys here from the enum and attach the, so this is the key and the value is the hook or the renamed hook we got from the useOAuth hook. Now we can select this at the right key, and that is the one that's passed to this function. Okay, I hope this makes sense. It's a little bit, probably we saved a bunch of lines and we could have made it more verbose with like a lot of ifs and else, but I think this makes it a bit more convenient to use. So now I want to wrap this in a try catch block. Okay, yes, that looks good. And on try, the only thing we need to do, this is so ridiculous because it is just so easy, is we're gonna call const and we get the created session ID in case this was a success. And we get the set active back from await selected auth. So this is basically calling the start OAuth flow. Normally it would look like await start OAuth flow with something. But we get it like this. And if we do get a session ID, I want to call setActive. So setActive makes sure our users is correctly activated and the session on our device is correctly. And we're going to set the session to the created session ID. And my router will now simply go back because we're going to go back to the login page. setActive, at this point, setActive should definitely be defined. I'm pretty sure. Okay, with all of that in place, let's give it a try. Let's see. By the way, we still see we have login here. So I will continue with Google. Yes, I want to use this. I want to use whatever, continue. And have you seen this? It immediately changed my state because I am now signed in. If I go to the index again, on signed out, we will render the login component. Once we are signed in, it would actually instead render that component. And now I can just refresh. And of course, I'm still signed in because Clerk client JWT was used. It picked up the key from Expo Secure Store. So getting started with Clerk is really unbelievable easy. And at this point, you have unlocked all of the cool functionalities that you get with Clerk. From all these settings and customizations and integrations and webhooks. We actually used webhooks in the last one. That was fun, when, like in combination with Firebase, or maybe use webhooks with your own API and sync some stuff. It is really fun to use Clerk. It is easy, but at the same time, you get so much out of it. So for me, this is definitely one, if not the best way to add user authentication to your web app with React or your React Native application. At this point, we have done quite a few things. We have finished our cool light and dark mode login screen here. We successfully implemented this, so sign out should, bring us back to login. And I think at this point, we are finally ready to dive into creating the Wordle game logic and UI. All right, so let's get started with the game UI. What we want to do now is basically creating a view that looks like this. So we have to talk about a few areas. We have a specific header, not too specific actually. We can do this with React Navigation with Expo Router. Shouldn't be too hard. Then we have this whole area here where we do our game, where we later have the letters included in the different colors. I think we're gonna start by just painting these rows and having all of that set up correctly. And then we do have this keyboard down here, which is not the regular keyboard. This is actually like an on-screen keyboard. The app is not using the regular keyboard. So we're gonna do that as well. Maybe we'll also get into the colors already. I don't know if we can get there because this requires some sort of logic. Maybe we can do at least some faking to try out our logic. We're definitely going to prepare the keyboard to render different colors already. But let's see. By the way, there are two things I noticed. First, so you can actually hide the warnings in the React Native iOS simulator by using a little trick. So up in my layout, I added this. So I import logbox from React Native and I currently ignore all logs. That is definitely not the best way to treat it. You can also ignore specific logs. So you can ignore logs like this, where you specify the message. I could probably do that as well. For the moment, I will just ignore all logs. We're gonna do toggle error and warning. This only disabled notification uncaught errors will still open a full screen log. Yeah, I think this sounds good. So we're gonna see this removes the lock here. And additionally, I wanted to say that I didn't show you that we actually do have a user right now. So as we signed up in our application, as we logged in, the user was of course automatically created in Clerk. You can check out all the things here. I was signing up using my Google social account, and then this is what basically makes Clerk so special. You can now do a bunch of things. You have a lot of options to like work with the user. You can impersonate the user. This is pretty cool. Like if you want to see the app from the point of the user. So this is more than, this is just me saying, To all the people that say, oh, this is just basic authentication. No, there's actually more to authentication and to user management than just a login with a JWT. And this is exactly what you can see here. We got permissions, we got all the accounts, and we got the additional admin functionality. Now, with that being said, let's head over to the layout. I think we created the game page so I can play. Yeah, that totally doesn't look like the game, right? So let's get started. We should probably add a new entry to our stack for the game page. I definitely want to show the header, but I want to change a few things. So I want to set the header back title to Wordle. Okay, so this changes it up here. Remember, we wanted to have this custom style. So let's also change the header tint color to, and we include, of course, the color scheme. If the color scheme is dark, I want to use white, exactly, and otherwise black. I just like it way better than this. Okay, cool. So now we're in the black-white space, and I can switch this, and that still works. Additionally, I will set the title to an empty string, so that removes the game default up there. And then I want also use a custom font. So I will use the header back title style object, in which I pass a font size of, let's say, 26. Okay, quite big. And then my beloved Frank Rule Libre, let's use 800 extra bold. Okay, so this gives us a nice effect up there. Great. I think that's actually, do we need more here? I think that should be fine. So let's head over to the game. Okay, where do we get started? Well, we can definitely already create our components. So we're gonna need a new file, and we're gonna call this onscreenKeyboard.tsx. Okay, this is my on-screen keyboard component, and that will certainly be used at some point. We also need things on this page. So let's start the coding. We need the color scheme because we're gonna try and make this as light and dark mode dependent possible. How do you call this? I don't know. We of course also then need, just like we did before, we're gonna import the background and the text colors because this will make our life a whole lot easier. Yeah, it's just not like this, my friend. No, it's not as easy as this. It's pretty cool. We're gonna use colors.colorScheme, and then we're gonna use game background. So there should be something like game BG, and of course we need the little fallback here. Okay, so game background should have, yeah, that's white or, yeah, black. Yep. So now we should be able to toggle this as well. Okay, we're not really using the background. Nice try. I trolled you with that one, huh? You believed me, right? You believed that I already changed it, but I didn't. Okay, text color is color scheme, light text. Yep, that's fine. And then we still had like a gray color. I think this will be used for the border of the little boxes. So let's bring in that as well. While we're here, let's add the router as well. We always need the router, so let's just put it in. I feel like we're gonna need it on any page. Now, we need a tiny bit of logic already, although we wanna do this more like in the next section and focus more on the UI for the moment. We need a tiny bit of like TypeScript logic. So I'm gonna define a const up here that will help us to debug and work with that page a bit easier. Because as I said, we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, but during debugging it sometimes helps if you just show one row and then like you can easily go to the end screen or test something. So we're gonna define that up there, and then we need state. So we need like a 2-dimensional array. You can imagine, well, we all had some sort of mathematics. This is going to be a 2-dimensional array of numbers. I'm gonna call this rows, set rows. And now the state is going to be somewhat challenging. So the state is going to be a string array, and then there are all more arrays included. Okay, this would already work, but I want to fill this in the beginning. So I will use new array with rows. Okay, so that creates an array with 6 elements or whatever we got in rows. And then I want to fill that or each row with another new array. And now we need to be careful because now that new array is only 5. So this is basically the word. Okay, we're creating 6 rows and every row should have 5 elements included. And this array will be filled with a blank string. So if I would go ahead and log the rows at this point, we should see we got this 2-dimensional array. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 included in the first object. That is 1 row. This is the second row, third row. And that will make it pretty easy to track our state. While we're setting up the state, we can already define a tiny bit more. So let's say the current row, set current row will be 0, and then the current column will be set like that as well. We're probably not going to use it right now. During the playing of the game, we will also track the colors because we get a green box if we type a letter in the right place. That's like exactly in the word. We get yellow if that letter is in the word, but it's not the right place here in the word. And we get gray if the letter is not included at all. So as we need this both up here, some sort of logic, and also down here in the keyboard, we're going to create 3 arrays for that as well. So we're going to call these green letters, set green letters, and that's going to be a string array that's empty. We also, close enough, red letters. We need yellow, my friend, yellow. Can you do yellow letters, please? Yes, thank you. And then we need gray. Can you do gray? No, you can't. You don't understand what's going on. Is it gray with an E or with an A? How do the people in America do this? How do they do it in the UK? I have absolutely no idea. I will just use an A. I think this is the American way of writing this. Cool. As a little preparation, let's also add a function already. And we call add key. So whenever a key was added, key string, for the moment we just gonna log add key. We're gonna handle this. Let's put in a little to do for later. All right, that's enough for the preparation. Now let's get into the view of our page. So we definitely need some sort of container styling. As always, the container are gonna have flex1. We probably don't even justify the items, but I want some padding vertical of like 40. Okay, so let's go ahead, styles.container. And my container should of course also have the background color, which is dependent on our color scheme. So we use it up here, background color, we can just use the short form, and then the switch should still work pretty nice. We don't need this one, but we actually need the on-screen keyboard. It's going to be at the bottom of our view. Okay, cool. Let's start with the rows actually first. And probably also, oh yeah, we had like 3 icons up here. If you want to add these icons, you can do this in theory right here in your layout. That always makes it a tiny bit challenge to like call the actual action on this page. So what you can do instead as well is simply defining it on this page. That makes pretty much no difference. You can do it in here as well, options, do whatever you want. And then we just need to make sure we close this. And then we can specify for header right. I want to have my own custom view. The view has probably sort of some styling. And then within the view, we're gonna have some ionicons like name. What is the first one? Help, circle, outline, size, whatever. Color is text color. That one's actually correct. Nice. You got that one. And then I need to close that view. Yeah, we need some styling here. We can fix that pretty quickly. Let's use, let's call this one header icon. And for the header icon, I'm going to use flex direction row, because this is going to be row, and a little gap of 10. Okay, so you just get like a little bit of separation between the different icons up there. Okay, cool. The second one is going to be pretty much the same, but this is the podium outline. And the third one is going to be, oh, come on, just like do it. Come on, just give me another one. Why are you not doing this? It's like settings, actually settings sharp. So with that in place, you see, we're taking care. If you don't take care of dark and light mode, like in the beginning, it's just painful to set this up in the end. So try to do this if you want to do this right in the beginning, and also always make sure you stay hydrated. That coffee is actually still warm. Nice. Ah, what a great feeling. Now let's head into the view here. This view is going to be our game field. Game field. And the game field will align all the items in the center and have a little gap. So the game field is more like the whole setup, like this whole thing. So we got the gap between the different rows. And then we're gonna have to talk about each separate row. So that means we will also, of course, have a game field row. And then we'll have a flex direction row and small gap. Good. So let's give this one the styling styles.gamefield. And now we need to iterate our items. So we iterate our rows. We do get a row and like a row index. And for every row, we need to create a view, which now has our game field row styling. For the key, we're gonna use, it doesn't really matter too much, but let's use row dash row index. Cool. And then we need to make sure not everything turns up red. So yep, let's close this already. Okay, cool. So we should, in theory, have, if we would give the game field row a background color of, let's use something like red. And we should see that it has no height at all. So I could probably give it a height of 40. Oh my. Whatever. Yeah, we also don't have a width. So yeah, let's continue with that first. So once we are in a row, we also need to iterate more. We need to iterate the row and the different columns in there. So we have another row.map. And I want to call this cell and cell index. I think that should be pretty clear. And then we have our next view. And in this one, we're going to put a view. Let's just put it up. Okay, yep, nice. Okay, we're getting started. That's good, that's good. The cell also, of course, needs some styling. For the moment, just let's set a background color of, for the moment. We're gonna set it for the moment. I hear you cry, oh, this destroys my dark and light mode. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I gotcha. Okay, for the moment, just set it like this. And we're gonna set it here, styles.cell. Okay, doesn't look too bad, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. There's but only 4 elements included. Why is that the case? I'm pretty sure we're rendering something in the wrong kind of way. So we're gonna get that sorted out pretty soon. For every row we have a text. That is correct. That is the cell text. The cell text should probably have something like a font size of 30. And then we apply this styles.cell text. Also rendering the cell. Actually, that's correct. that one's correct actually. But the views here need to use a key as well. This is what you get if you ignore the locks, so you need to be a bit careful. I would have seen that usually in the locks, but no, I haven't. So let's use the row index and the cell index in here as the key. Okay, that is my cell, and then every cell has a text. Good. For the moment, that's actually okay. Let's remove the background color. The cell text should also get a font weight of bold. We're not seeing any sort of text. Oh yeah, that's probably because we don't have text. We should probably add to every cell a border. Let's use a border width of 2. Ta-da! Okay, magic was done. Let's also, actually let's fill this with some, just like with some A. Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's better. Now we got this. Okay, well, this also means I want to have text transform set to uppercase for every letter, and I want to, in the cell, align the items in the center, and of course I want to justify the content in the center as well. That is actually not too bad. It's not the perfect border, but most of these other color things gonna be dynamic. Even like the background color is probably not mandatory here, so I'm gonna remove it. But this is our game field. I think that's actually pretty good. I really like this one. So this is our game field. Does the game field, no. My container padding vertical, yeah, that makes sense. So I think at this point we are ready to tackle on the on-screen keyboard, because we really just wanted to get the UI in place, and then we're gonna move on. So the on-screen keyboard needs a little definition for props. So we're gonna have our on-screen keyboard props here. We have a function on key pressed. Okay, on key pressed, that will pass a key to the parent component. And then we have 3 arrays that we will use. So we're gonna have green letters, which is going to be a string array, yellow letters, and gray. Thank you, you got that one easy, right? Okay, with that in place, we should be, is Copilot able to figure this out correctly now? Like, just import everything that I got in here using my on-screen keyboard props. Oh, nice. That was cool. That was cool. Cool. Additionally, we're gonna define a couple of things. So we're gonna define the enter key and the backspace key. These are going to be specific or special keys. And then we have an array with the actual setup. So this is the first row of keys, the second row, and the third row. And based on this, we're gonna build our on-screen keyboard. I will actually put this up a tiny bit so you should be able to see the screen a bit better. Cool. Let's, on this screen, let's define the key width, because later we might change the key width. For the moment, we would like to actually consider the width of the screen. So we can use the use window dimensions hook here. Okay, equals use window dimensions. And then for the key width, we can say, I want to use the width minus 60. So we got some padding, and divide that at keys position 0.length. That should give us a nice key width. I will also set the key height now to 60. And then we need 2 additional functionality. So we need 1 functionality to check if something is a special key, because that might require specific styling or a specific width. So we're gonna check if enter or backspace includes this key. That is an interesting way of putting this. That's cool, indeed. And then we're gonna also have another function check if something is in the letters in general included. So what is Copilot giving me? Key string checks if the key is included in green letters or yellow letters. Almost good, almost good. I would like to do it a tiny bit different. I would like to do it like this. Check with green letters. Use the spread operator on yellow, and then the spread operator on gray, and check if the key is included. Okay, nothing too crazy. So now let's do the actual UI. I'm gonna start as always with a little container styling Just make sure you get the syntax right. Then we're gonna put in some margin top. We could probably have done this on the parent component as well. It's not too important right now. And I want to align myself in the center. Okay, so we're gonna pass this in here. And then the on-screen keyboard is pretty much in the right place. The text can be removed at this point because now we want to iterate my keys. I want to go over all the keys and for every array. So we got like this first row that we create. That's going to be a view. Key is row-row index. That should be fine. And the styling is something we still need to figure out. So let's call this styles.row. Everything is red. I love it. Infinite red, right? That's where you got that name from. I see. Let's place another pair of... So many brackets, really? I thought we just need one. Yeah, something more like this. Okay. Now, that means we have the first row. In that first row, as always, we need to define another iteration because now we got the actual keys and the key index here. And these will now simply be pressables from React Native. The pressable will have a key. This is too much for me. This is actually, it's not too bad. But, we're gonna see. Okay, so the pressable, of course, has an on press, which calls on key pressed. Couldn't we do this easier? No, we couldn't. Let's see. We got a pair of brackets. Why is there another view included in the pressable? That's certainly not required. And this styling, I don't know if it's correct, but I don't want to do too much at this point. Let's just close the pressable and see where we go. Yeah, we need another pair. Okay, so we got something on screen. That's good, a good start. The row definitely needs flex direction row, otherwise it's not a row. Okay, here we go. Isn't that a beautiful on-screen keyword? All right, I gotcha. Okay, let's put a little gap between the items and also justify the content in the center. Good. Okay, so the pressable now, as I said, on press, we got that, but we need styling in here. So we got like a style object here. That should be like key. I would call it key. And then we have key text. Key text is pretty easy. We just want a big font weight and a font size of like 20. Okay. What did I miss? Okay, yep. Styles.key goes in here and the text gets styles. Oops, there was one too many. Styles.key text. Okay, we're slowly getting there. The styling for the key is somewhat challenging. So let's put this into an array. First of all, we're gonna use the dynamic width. So the dynamic width is, of course, our key width. Didn't we have that specified? Key width, it's up here. Oh yeah, I should probably place a pair of brackets around this. Okay, this spreads out. Oh no, my editor. Everything in the place again? Yeah, hopefully. This spreads out the letters correctly, first of all. Okay, we got the key width. Additionally, we also have the height. So let's set this to the key height. Then we have the setup pretty much correct. And I want to set the default background color of these to DDD. Okay, here we go. Isn't that good? I think that's a good start. Now we see some problems. We of course need to align some items. So for the key, I want to call align items center and justify content center and probably add a little border radius of 4 that makes it a bit nicer. Okay, I think that's most of it. Now, the rest of this is pretty much like dynamic styling. So we can actually use, can we, for the key text also set text transform text? Well, let's use text transform here. That should be fine. Now, we want to react to a few things in my styling here. Can't you just do this on the next line? So if this is a special key, so if my current key is a special key, then I want to set the width of that key to key width times 1.5. That makes the enter and the backspace key a bit bigger. All right. Also, for the text, we don't really want to render enter, so we need to do a little separation here as well inside the text. If this is a special key, so if it is a special key, in that case, I want to check if the key is equal to enter. Then if it is enter, oops, let's see. Okay, we got some ternary operations here, but that should be fine. If key is equal to enter, I want to render a little enter. On the other hand, if it's not enter, then I want to render an ionicon. So actually, we could probably have used it slightly different, but let's see. Oh, I'm getting into, yeah, we need the other case. If it's just like a key, then I just want to render the key. Okay, where did I know overload matches this goal? Let's see. I feel like I got too many brackets in here. So if the key is equal to enter, we render enter. Otherwise, this. Where does this pair of brackets end? Yeah, there should be another pair here. And if it's not a special key, so that should end here. In that case, we just render the key. Yeah, that should be better. Okay, we got it like this. Okay, for enter, we should probably decrease the font size. So that's why I said this keyboard is a bit tricky. We use the default styling, but then we're gonna check as well if the key is equal to enter. Then I want to use a font size of 12. Okay, that makes it a bit nicer. Cool. Now, as we see, once the key is either in yellow, gray, or green, it turns white. So this is the first customization we can include at this point here as well regarding the colors. So if the key is in letters, I want to set the color to white. For the moment, this won't change anything because it's not in there. And we're also not passing the arrays correctly. So this is now the time to finally do this. So my on-screen keyboard gets the on key pressed, uses our add key, and then we use the state that we had before. Cool. Now let's see. I actually want to have some green letters and gray letters. So let's say this one, the green letters is like whatever. And then here we got a few other letters. Isn't this like too much? I don't know. And the gray, please give me something else. Okay, these are quite a few letters. Okay, these are all the letters. Thank you very much. We should probably remove a bunch of these because it's otherwise getting too messy. And here as well. Okay, so now we have or should see some changes. We already see that the text for these selected or different keys is turning white. That's good. But we need to change their background. So let's get back to the pressable styling. And in here we can check. By the way, I want to set the pressed. We can do this with a function. Yeah, you know, now at this point it's getting really messy. If you use a pressable, you can get this pressed inside the styling, so you can change the background color while you press it. You can do this by using a function in here and then destructuring it to get the pressed. Okay, not depressed, but you can get the pressed value. And we can now check if it is pressed. I want to render the background color to something like a little gray here. So now if I click on these, okay, we got that state. But more importantly, we want to render the according colors now. So the background color will be set to is my key is in letters. If the key is in letters, that's actually a good start. I mean, I would have done it a bit different. Let's just, I can't tell anything bad about it. It seems to work. This was not really how I wanted to do it, but this is like the fallback here. So we don't really need the overall is in letters check. I think this one is like completely unnecessary. Yeah, that still works. Now I just want to use the right color. So if it's in the green letters, I want to use colors.light.green. If it is in yellow, I want to use colors light yellow, and for gray, I have a specific gray color. Here we go. These are my colors. These are my colors, but they feel wrong. No, they look correct. But I can't use my pressed state anymore. Let's see, is something wrong here? If green letters includes the key, I'm gonna render green. If yellow includes it, I'm rendering yellow. If gray includes key, I'm gonna render gray, and otherwise this one. Do we still get this? Yeah, we get the events. I'm just not getting the pressed background color anymore at this point, which is I actually don't know why. Do we have to set pressed after this? Yeah, okay, then pressed overrides the color. Okay, yeah, I see. Well, then let's do it like this. I mean, yeah, we probably shouldn't click the gray letters anymore because they're not part of the word. But that still works. Cool. Okay, this is our on-screen keyboard. I feel pretty good about this one. So we can now remove these letters in here. And should we start adding the keys now, or should we get, well, we can't do any sort of dynamic styling unless we have the logic. So let's now do the real logic. All right, it's time to build a logic, but actually it's not too hard after all. You just need to concentrate and focus for a couple of minutes, and then we're gonna have a nice Wordle logic. Let's start by with the easy thing. So you should now go once again to the GitHub repository and grab the not assets, but constants, utils, where is it? Under utils, you're gonna find files for all words and target words. You can also pretty much just like Google, you're gonna find this somewhere. So where did I place it? Under utils. So all words is a pretty long list thanks to this repository where I found the JSON file with like 12K words. And then we have target words. So all words are just all the words that are allowed, and these 2K words are the ones we're gonna use for the game from Web Dev Simplified. Thanks for this great channel, by the way. Subscribe if you're not subscribed to that channel yet. Good. So now we can remove our A logic here. The other arrays are blank, that's good. Let's begin by actually setting a word. Now, my word, set word, use state, something like this. So usually I would now bring in all words and words and use them. So just import these files, they're TypeScript files, and you can use them. And then you can use something like words at math.floor random words.length, and you would get a word. However, this is too hard for me during debugging. So instead of doing this, I just want to set const word set word equals use state Simon. Okay, Cool. So now I know that my target word is Simon, and we can play around with this. Pick whatever word you prefer, of course, during debugging. Additionally, I want to have the separate letters, so I can get them pretty easy, saying word letters equals word.split. So that would give me access to the separate letters, and we can do some comparison on that. Now, there's one more thing. Should we introduce this now or later? It becomes a bit ugly. So at one point we're going to use Reanimated, and we're going to have some callback stuff going on. And at that point we get some sync errors because, you know, if you set the state, it's not immediately updated. And therefore sometimes you use callbacks, you're basically passing the same state to that function. Once it's executed, it's always working on that initial state. To prevent that, there's a little hack that we can use. So this is especially for the column. So therefore, I'm going to change this to underscore set column. And then I'm going to introduce another column state ref, which is a ref on our current column. All right, and then we have another function that we define ourselves, now called set current column. So we can use this in place of the other one, column number, and then we're going to call state ref.current equals col and underscore set col with the column. Exactly, that's the one we want to use. Okay, just a little hack, so we're working always on the latest version, especially once we get to callbacks later. Not too important right now, but this is what we got. Okay, we want to add a key. Now, let's first start by creating new rows based on our existing rows. So spread operator with all the things from rows. And I learned that I should also add .map in here again to have the inside arrays correctly copied over. We could probably do something like rows.copy as well. Will that be the same? Let's do a little lock here. So if I press a letter now, these are my new rows. If I would do something like const new rows equal rows dot, is that like a copy or something? Copy within returns this object after copying a section of the array identified by start and end. Let's do this one. Okay, it completely do whatever you prefer. Maybe the first one is more obvious to understand, so let's just use that one. Okay, these are my new rows. Now, we need to check if the key that was passed in here is, first of all, let's check for enter. If it is the enter key, we're gonna have another function that we call const check word that will perform a check if the word is fine. So let's just call this in here, and then we're gonna implement that in a second. Else if the key is equal to backspace, didn't we define like a const? Well, anyway, if the key is equal to backspace, we're gonna somehow remove it. But so far as we don't really have that, let's check again. Another check is else if the current value of our column is greater or equal to new row's current length, means we are at the end of a row. So end of line, don't add key. Okay, and we can just simply return at that point, or we don't need to do anything. Why are we checking if we don't do anything? That's a good point. That's a good point. Well, anyway, now we can have an else block, which means we want to add that key at the current column ref. So we're going to say new rows at current row, that is in the row we are currently in, add the correct column. So using the column state ref to get the exact number of the column we are in, going to set that to key, and then I will call my set rows function to the new rows, and we're gonna update our column state ref. Now using set current column, because this will work on the reference, and then update the internal value as well. Let's see, I should be able to actually add letters. And once I get to the end of line, Okay, nothing is added. If I press enter, we're gonna have to check the word. Backspace is not yet working, but now we can actually implement backspace as we understand better what's going on. So if my cold state ref dot current, if we're currently at the position 0, then I'm gonna set my new rows at current row, call set ref current or 0 to an empty string, and call set new rows and return. If this is not the case, we're gonna have to set the previous value, so -1 to an empty string, and call set rows. And then I actually don't know if we're gonna execute something afterwards, so I'll just put in returns for the moment. But that means, okay, let's do a little refresh here. Okay, so whatever is inside, okay. Yeah, that's true, because we are not updating our column yet. So in this case, so in the first case, there's like the special case where we already at index 0, but once we're at index like 1, 2, 3, 4 of the column, we have to reset it so we're working on the previous field again. Let's hit save, and now, yeah. Oops. I did something wrong here. We're gonna set the current column to, we're gonna set new rows at current size -1 to an empty string, and then we move one back and we set new. I wonder where I'm going wrong here. As I said, we need to focus a bit here. Removes the W, removes the Q. Now I should be at position 0. And if I add something, okay, I think it works actually. Yeah, I don't see any flaws here. Good. This is the basic logic for backspace and for adding keys. Now we can head over to checking the word. So checking the word means comparing it with the current letters we have. Let's first of all create the word based on our current rows. So current row, join, and then we got the full word. Now, if this current word, where's my, then I call it current word, e.length is exactly below word length, then I don't want to do this, but I want to do show error, because if you press enter and you have like just 4 letters, then it should show a little error. We're gonna do this later with a nice animation, spoiler. If and now we could compare with all available words. So let's import all words. So if not all words includes the current word, then we could say like console log not a word and to do show error. By the way, we can do this in here as well. Let's do words are 5 letters. Or just, no, that actually sounds bad. Let's use not enough letters. Import and export may only appear at the top words from, sorry. Where did I add an import or something? Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh, did I open a bracket somewhere and didn't close it? Yeah, I think I did. Okay, so we should now see that if I press enter here, it says not enough letters. If I get here, then we get not a word. However, during debugging, I want to disable this for the moment. So I will not put in any kind of return. You can place it here, but I will comment it out as this makes it a bit easier to test. So now I want to update the colors of our arrays so we can update the keyboard. Let's first of all set new green to an empty array. Actually, there's going to be a string array. And then we're gonna have new yellow and new gray as well. Now we can split the word of the row, and for each letter in index, we can do a little check here. We can check if the letter is equal to word letters at the right index. That means a user has placed, like if I would start our word is Simon, and if I start with S, my current word, that is the first letter, is also in the right place. So new green gets the new letter. Now we can do this for yellow as well. If the word simply includes the letter, it would go into yellow. Otherwise, it means it's not in the word, it's not in the right place, so it's not in there at all, and new gray gets a new letter. Cool. Once we're done with that, we can update our letters. We can just combine the current green letters and the new green letters. Doesn't matter if we have duplicates in there at all. Just call this for all three cases. Now, with a little timeout, we will also do something else. This timeout is more for the end of the game. So, because then there's like still a little animation going on, but if the current word is equal to word, we have found it. That means we want to go to do show end screen. Else if the current row, so if current row is, or the current row plus 1, because you have to imagine we would go one further, is greater or equal to rows.length, that means we have apparently lost the game. So game over, to do still show end screen. We're gonna do this with a timeout so we can run our animation. It's not too important right now. We could probably even remove that timeout for the time being. So at this point, we've updated the three arrays, and that means we want to jump into the next row. If we actually get to this point, it means we check the letters and the word is fine, but we made everything that we had to do. So at that point, we're going to set the current row to current row plus 1, and we're going to set the current column back to 0. Great. Let's just check. If I hit enter, okay, something happens. My face is maybe covering this, so I'll place it a bit to the top. Maybe like this. So we see I got this word. S is actually in the right place. J is not in Simon, G is not in Simon, M is in Simon, but this is not the right place, so it turns up yellow, and N is in the right place, so it's green as well. So I can now continue this. Okay, more stuff turns green, but you notice that our field is not yet turning green. And this is what we want to focus on now. So the keyboard, on-screen keyboard, working perfect, just perfect. So let's take a sip of coffee. But the columns and the rows need their own dynamic styling. So I want to add two functionalities. I want to add functionality to get the cell color. Get cell color for cell string, row index number, cell index number. And I want to get the border color as well, because with dark and light mode, we might have to play around with that a bit. Okay. Get cell color and get border color should both be used on our cell. So let's go and figure out the right place. We have the game field row. We got the cell styling up down here. And after cell, I want to add a new block. I want to set the background color to get cell color and the... Why is this red? I'm passing in the cell, the row index, and the cell index. And I'm passing in cell, row index, cell index for the border color. Cell. Excuse me. What am I doing wrong here? You gave a type background color is not okay. Okay, yeah, because these functions don't return anything. If they would return something, then it would work. So now we can check for a cell. The problem is while we type, so let's refresh this game. While we type, I don't want to show any kind of we don't want to immediately turn this red or green. I only want to turn this into colors once we're in the next row. So first of all, we're checking if the current row is greater than the row index. If that is the case, we can do the coloring. Otherwise, I will just return transparent. Okay, in that case, I don't want to do anything. So now with that in place, and by the way, for our border, it's even easier. For the border, we can check if the current row is greater than row index, and also checking if the cell is unequal to an empty string. In that case, I would return simply the get cell color. So just the color that the cell has. If it is yellow, it has a yellow border, otherwise it has green. And by default, we would return colors dot light dot gray. So this color should work in light and dark mode. All right, this already gives us by default the gray color, and now we can implement a specific get cell color. So if my word letters at the cell index is equal to cell, we have a winner. We have green color, so we should return green. If the word letters includes the cell, same procedure like before, we have yellow. If that is not the case, I want to return the color we imported and made dependent on the color scheme. So I will use the gray color we had up here, which is using either that, the light, or dark. Now let's give this a try. Something is still turning red. Let's see. You're still unhappy with me? Yeah. Well, this is also not an object. What did you do in here? Why did you do this? Return gray color. Yeah. This. Come on. Get cell color is also used. Why is it gray? That doesn't make sense. That absolutely doesn't make sense unless I messed up something again. Get cell, but his value is never red. What is wrong with you? Okay, yeah. Okay, I closed this probably too early. So if current, it should probably belong here, and then yeah, I just messed up the whole view. Okay, so if this is not the case, then we return transparent. Make sure you get the brackets in the right places, and border color uses either the border color if we finish that row or a transparent background. So let's get ahead. And let's see, and let's hope. All right. We have green letters, we have a yellow letter, and we have not matching letter at all. That's good. Question, if we have duplicate like 2, then in the keyboard it's, I actually don't know the rules for that. Let's just stick with this. There's just one more thing. We should check that if we are done with a row, we should make our cell text an array as well, and set the color to if the current row index is greater than the row index of this iteration. Then I'm gonna set this to white text color and otherwise use text color. Da-da! This feels good. So we got black letters, we have gray borders, we press enter, we get green, and we can do the whole Wordle game now. Let's do some more in here and then wait. So this is the point where changing the rows becomes important, because if we want to show the end screen, you don't want to go through this game the whole time. Let's actually do the right one. Magically, we figured it out in the last try. And then add key, word not found, not a... I thought we had won the game. Oh, word found. Yeah, word found. Okay, that is actually the success log. Sorry about that. Word found is the success log, and it would bring us to the, let's put in winner. And here lost to make it clear. But to trigger the end screen, we're gonna make it a bit different, but just showing you, okay, we got the on-screen keyboard, we got everything in that view figured out. If I now change my rows to 1, I can just go in there and play with 1 row. And I can just say Simon, enter, and winner, word found. And that would bring me to the end screen. So, was that too hard? I actually don't think so. There's a bit of logic involved, but if you go through it, through the different cases, it becomes pretty clear how you can build the Wordle logic. And now, based on this, we can do a bunch of other funny things in this clone. After successfully playing the game, we are showing an end screen. I think right now we don't have one, so let's create a new file, end.tsx, React Native Functional Export with styles, and this will be my page. Cool. On this page, we want to extract some parameters. So our game should pass like the state of the game and if we won or not to this page. So we can destructure this. Let's use win, the actual word and the game field. So the final state of the game, using the use local search params hook. We can type this. So we can put in, this is not really what I want to use. So win will be a string. We can't really put booleans in there. Win will be a string, word will be a string, and game field will actually be a string as well. So we're gonna have to JSON stringify our value. Cool. I don't know how I mess up the view so badly today. Anyway. Let's go to the game. I think we had a to-do show error. That's something for later. To-do show end screen. Right, this is the place. So at this point, I want to use the router, the Expo router, and I want to push the screen. I want to push the, actually, let's make this a string literal. The end screen. I want to send win equals true in that case. My word is, of course, the word. And the game field is JSON stringify my rows. Exactly. And this one is pretty much the opposite. So and win false, rest is the same. And once we hit save, everyone should be happy actually. So on top of that, I would like to go to the layout. And in my layout, add another block for the end, because I want to display the end here as a local stacks rename end. Title will be empty. Additionally, header shadow visible false, and the presentation will be set not to modal. I will use actually a full screen modal today. Just some variation. Good. So we play the game, we play 1 row, we hit enter, and we should be brought to that page. Yeah, we should probably reload. I did a new compile here of my app because we need to run something on my device actually in a second. Let's see. I play, I press stuff, I hit enter, and I get to the end page. Cool. So we're almost done with, I think we're pretty much completely done with the layout, and we can dive into the enter page. As always, we might need the router here, so use router. No, not use route, use router, please. And then we need the clerk user. But we will later connect this to Firebase. For the moment, let's just do the basic version of this page, and then we can gradually improve this. We're gonna have a user score state. Let's say just any. for the moment, that state should consist of a couple of things. So later this information will come from Firebase. For the moment, let's use plate, I don't know, like this, plate wins 2, user is really bad, and then the current streak, streak equals 1. This is my current user score. Additionally, the interesting thing here is I want something to share my game feel. And you might have seen the emails from Wordle, where you got like the green, the yellow, and the gray dots indicating how you played the game. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And for this, you can actually already install the Expo Mail Composer. Let me quickly bring this up. So Expo Mail Composer can be used. Just install npx expo install Expo Mail Composer, and then you need to do a new build of your application because you installed a new native module. Now, in terms of the screen, it's not too hard. We want to present a little icon up here, something like this, congratulations, and then later the statistics if the user is signed in, and a button to share the game. Nothing too crazy. But let's start with the usual container styling here, which gives flex 1. I will use a white background color this time. Padding horizontal of 40, so really a lot, and padding vertical just like 10. And applying my style here. It feels good after the logic to just like coast along now and build this screen. I don't know about you, but it feels from time to time this is nice to just have like an easy build or an easy screen. Okay, let's do a touchable opacity. On press, I want to navigate back to the whole menu screen. For this, I will actually create, I'm not entirely sure if we need to do this. What let's call a navigate route. And within this, I want to call router dismiss all. So if we do have any modals, like we do right now, we want to dismiss them. And I want to replace the screen with that route. So on this touchable opacity, this is what we want to do. And then we include an ionicons name. Let's use close and color size 30. And we can use my own gray color. So colors dot light dot gray. Okay, it's in the wrong place. Let's actually do it in here. Align self. We can use flex end, so then it moves to the end of that flex box. Good. Beyond that, we have another view. This is more like the header, so let's call it styles.header. And we're gonna add the header styling down here. Header, this will align the items in the center and use just a little bit of gap between them. So if the user has won the game, we're doing comparison for strings in here because we're passing these parameters through the URL and therefore we only have strings. Yeah, we could like parse them with JSON stringify or JSON parse back into a Boolean, but well, it doesn't matter too much at this point, I guess. Okay, so if win is true, I want to render a little image. There should be an image under the assets, so you can require add assets images win.png. I will not set any styling because if we use require, it should actually work like this. In the other case, I want to render an icon. So icon, yeah, I want to use the Wordle SVG once again. Remember in the beginning, we're glad that we set that up, so now we can just use stuff like this in all the places. Let's use a width of 100 this time and a height of like 70. So, okay, if we see that one, we have lost the game. Let's play again. If I play and hit Simon, yep, then I see the star and I won the game. Good. After that, we can also have a little text in here. which says if win is true, I will say congratulations. Otherwise, yeah, better luck or thanks for playing today. That's what you see in the official app. This one should also probably have some styling. So let's do styles.title. Goes in here. And for the title, I'm going to use a bigger font size. Let's use 30. And my big font family. And is this already aligned? Yeah, but if we lose the game, it might not be aligned correctly. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. So let's add text align center, and then everyone is happy. Good. Below that, we might have some text. So I want to define another styling object this time. Ooh, what is that? Text. This time just font size 26, and again text align center, and this time the medium font. Thank you for that. So we can now check after this part. No, probably still in the header, yeah. If the user is signed out. If the user is signed out, we want to show a little text like this. I want to see your stats and streaks, and then the user should be able to sign in. So at that point, we can just bring in the styling we had before for the link. So we can display a link to login and using the button and button text styling we previously had, and also the text link. So let's add that down here. And I think I'm actually signed in. No, I'm not signed in. That's good. So that means if I want to see your stats and screens, I can now create a free account or go here. And because of our routing, of course, this works perfectly. Now, again, the sign out component is really handy. I think I haven't used it in the other clones. I don't know why. Highly recommend it. Makes things a lot easier. If the user is signed in, on the other hand, make sure you import this from the Clerk Expo package. In that case, I want to show my statistics. Then we're going to have a specific view. Style will be set to styles.stats. That's something we still need to add, and that's probably going to be a flex setup, right? Flex direction row, justify content. Let's actually use space evenly, so they just divide this, a gap of 10, and let's make them use the full width available. Okay, I'm already registered, so let me log in, continue with Google. I go here, I continue, and in a perfect world, yep, I see, because we're using the component, it's automatically switching to the right stuff that I want to display. Good. Should we do the stats? Let's wrap up the, actually it's not too hard. Yeah, let's do this. Let's add for the text score styling, and the score will have text something, whatever. We're gonna do this in a second. Statistics, so we have the stats view, and then for every statistic we're gonna do another little view. We could also do like a fragment, I guess. Text styles will be score. So we got like the user score dot plate up here. Why am I not getting code completion on that? That makes me wonder that if something is wrong. Okay, 42 plate, not too bad. Let's copy this over 2 times. Let's call the second one wins. This will use the wins value, and then the third one was current streak. Why am I not getting code completion? Really strange. Okay, not too bad. But for the score, I want to change the UI. I definitely want to up the font size to like 20. So the number is bigger. I want font weight bold. And I want text align center. Good. This is my statistic. Later, this value or those values will come from Firebase. We're going to get to that in a second. For the moment, I just need 1 or 2 more things. I need a little view as a separator. I will just do it in here. So as I said before, if you want a really thin line, use the Style Sheet API. Set the width to 100% and set the background color to something you want. I will just use 4E, and then close that view, which gives us this nice little line. And then another touchable opacity because, as I said before, we want to share the game. Text will get, do we already have the button text? Yeah. We'll just say share. And then we have an icon after this. Name, oh no, what did I do? Name, share, social, size 24, color white. Because that button should actually be green. So, do we already have that? I don't think so, right? Do we have button? That's almost the button I wanted, but I want an icon button. I think we didn't have that styling before. So let's bring this in. So the icon button will look like this: some margin, a flex direction row, aligning the items in the center and using a green background color, and have a nice border radius. So if I apply that to my button, we have that green button and I can click it. Okay, we are pretty close to finishing this. So now let's add a few more rows to the game. So let's make this like 3 rows. And why are you red? Because we don't need that, definitely. So at this point, we want to share the game, right? That means we should continue with my application on an actual real world device. I'm still looking for my development server over here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, error loading. What? No, it should work. Good. Alrighty then. Make this a bit smaller so you can actually see it. I will place this somewhere else. Cool. Now I need to play this by hand actually. Okay, play, and we can play it a few times. Okay, thanks for playing today. I want to share this and I want to send an email. So at this point, what we want to do is I want to grab the game field that we got that was passed through the parameters and call JSON parse on the game field. Then we will create sort of an image text. This is going to be of the type string array, just like before. And this is an empty array to get started. And I will also grab the word letters to split them. Now, what we want to do is we want to do pretty much the same logic like we had before. I'm gonna call this one row index. That sits better with me. And making sure we're not messing something up. And just like before, if letters or if the current letter or the actually we're one step too far. So as we create that image text, we still need to value the rows. So once we get to a new row, I want to call image text.push a new array. And then I want to go through the row. So for each letter and index, I want to check if the word letter and the index is equal to the letter. Then I want to push something, but I want to push a green box in that case. So if it's the exact match. Okay. If the letter includes it, so this is already the final case if it's just in there like this, but else if, yep. Oh, nice. You completed that with the yellow box. I love you. Okay, so this should create hopefully my image text. We can put a little lock for the image text. And now if you want to correctly include this, you also want some styling in the email. You can actually use with you can use, I'm getting so excited, right? With the mail composer, you can also send HTML emails. So I asked Copilot or ChatGPT to give me some HTML, and it looked like this. Basically, we have an HTML object here with head and some styling for the game and for the row. We have flex directions here, we have cells, and then we move through the image text and display them in div elements. And once you get this, you can just say mail composer dot compose async, and then subject whatever. I just played Wordle, and the body is just the HTML, and you're gonna set is HTML to true. Now I feel like, are we messing up this view again, or is everything fine? This HTML just confuses me a bit, but in theory this should work. So let's see. If I now go to share, ta-da! Okay, we see the log for the image text that we created. We have 2 rows that were not correct, and we have 1 row in which we have the green and the yellow boxes. We have the subject, of course, and we're also triggering the native email composer. So with that in place, oh, I still can't click there. With that in place, we have wrapped up the game logic and the end screen. From now on, it's only getting better. We're just making some small improvements because there's still room to improve this. So for the rest of this clone, we're gonna introduce animations, we introduce Firebase, and we also look at a web export of our application. So stick with me, this is still going to be super interesting. Once we've played the game, we also want to store our data somewhere. And today we are simply using the good old Firebase, because it's still a super easy way. We've used previously Superbase. I'm a big fan of Superbase. Check out the previous Trello clone where we did a lot with Superbase, but in some cases Firebase works just fine. If you want to have something like a high score, Firebase is definitely also a great choice and used in still a lot of projects. There are 2 things we need to do. First of all, you need to create an app in Firebase, and second, we need to install Wordle. I will use the Firebase JS SDK today. There is also a React Native Firebase package which uses like the native SDKs of Firebase. I've done this in another video, I think, on the channel. You can look it up. It offers some improvements. However, we don't really need those today. So what you're gonna do today is run npx expo install Firebase, and then we need to initialize Firebase in our project. But for that, we should create a project first. Let's create one Wordle clone here. I don't want Google Analytics for the moment, and then it should create my project. Now, once we got this, we want to initialize our project somehow like this. I will just copy the block for the moment, and in my application, I will create under, let's say, utils, a new file, and I will call this firebase config.ts. Okay, so this shows a bunch of things that we don't need today. The only thing we really need is initialize app, and then we need to import get firestore from Firebase Firestore, because we only want to use the database. Then we have our configuration for Firebase. We're gonna copy that over from the web once our project is ready. It actually should be already. That's nice. I'm actually not using dark theme, but they somehow switched their site to this AI theme since I last used it. It looks nice. Device default. Yeah, that will give me back to the, I don't know, pick whatever you prefer. So I will just use a web app, register app, and that should give me the configuration block that I need. I don't know if it is exactly the right format, but let's give it a try. So copy that over into your project. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Now, I don't want to hold a long speech about Firebase and security rules. If you're using Firebase, make sure you set up according security rules to protect your database. Otherwise, you can get in trouble. For the moment, just head over to Firestore and make sure it is enabled. Oh yeah, IDX. We should talk about project IDX as well. But anyway, today not. So Firestore database, create a database. I will create this in Europe next, and I want to start in test mode. So if I start in test mode, I basically allow all the read and write requests for a certain amount of time. So let's hit create, and then my Firestore database should be ready at least in like a couple of seconds. Okay, so here we go. We initialize the app with a configuration, and I want to export one const in case we need that. So the Firestore database is equal to get Firestore, into which we pass the app. So that makes it a bit easier in our application. Good. App is ready. We're checking out the documentation here. You don't have to install other plugins. Blah, blah, blah. We got this. If you're using Firebase, you need to add the following configuration to Metro config. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Let's copy that block to our Metro config. I think we can just extend this. So get default config. We do have that block. We already getting the default. And this is simply pushing to resolver source extensions, the CJS extension. So instead of doing it like this, I can also just place it here because this creates an array of extensions. So this should be absolutely fine. I have no idea if this is now used. Restart. Yeah, restart the server. Always restart the server. Always restart the server. Why? Why you restart? I don't want this. Okay. Let's go to the end screen while this is loading. And on the end screen, we have prepared most of the stuff that we need. However, I now want to store my user data. So once I've played, let's go back to one row for debugging. Okay, once I've played, I will not use this. This might turn the stuff down here into a problem. So the user score should now be an optional. I don't know why this is not marked red because it's undefined, but anyway, let's use it like this. And I want to bring in the user from Clerk. So you can easily access the user using the use user hook from the package, and then you get access to all the UIDs and whatnot of the user. Cool. Let's put in a const update high score in here. So this will be an async function doing some fun. And I want to call this function once in the beginning if we do have a user. If we do have a user, I want to update the high score. So I will place this in here. So user goes into the dependencies array. And then I want to do a log update high score, and I will just log out the user for the moment. So let's play, enter. Okay, I am signed in, so we see a bunch of information here. Especially I should see my email and my ID. And now we want to save simply in Firebase under that user ID the new information and update the high score. So if I will make a check here again. If we don't have a user, return. Otherwise, and now the fun with Firebase begins. So let's open this up for the feeling. Let's use the dark theme. That feels really interesting. Okay, so first you need to create a reference to a document in the Firestore database. You do this by calling the doc function from it. First argument is the database itself. So this is why we had the export for the Firestore database. And then we got the path. So the path in my case will be something like high score slash and then user dot ID. And that is my reference to a document. Now, if I want to get the data, a snapshot of that document, I would call docref. Actually, no, the code completion here is totally off. I would use the get doc functionality using my docref. All right, now if I log this out at the moment, this should pretty much log out nothing. Because update high score doc snap, yeah, well, some random stuff, but there's not really any kind of data in here. Now, let's first create the new score for the user. We can calculate this. Let's just do a default. So if this is the first time, we would set play to 1. We would set wins to either 1 or 2. We would set like the last game to win true. Then we would set it to win, or we would set it to, let's set it to loss. And then we can say the current streak is, if it is win, then if win is true, then it would be the document snapshot. Yeah, let's do this later. Let's just do a default. So if this is like playing the first time, these would be the values. Now we can extend this and check if we did get back some data. So if the doc snapshot exists, if that is the case, I want to first of all grab that data. Okay, so I will use docsnap.data to unbundle the data from Firebase, and then I would create the new score. So this one should look like played data.played plus 1 wins, data.wins plus 1, or sticking at data wins. Last game we just set this to win or loss, so we can then distinguish for the current streak if win is equal to true and data.last game was a win, then I would increase my current streak plus 1, otherwise I would set it to 0. Cool. Okay, so no matter if we ran into this block or we're using the new score, we will now simply update the document in Firebase using setDoc. Okay, import that. And to setDoc, we simply pass the reference that we got in the beginning. So where is my, can we fit this on one page? Right. So the reference we created to our database is now used down here. And we use either this new score or this new score to update that data. And finally, what I want to do as well to update our local score is set user score to the new score. And now let the games begin. I hit save. It says I've played 1 game. So in theory, under the user, we have current streak 0, last game lost, played 1, wins 0. This ID here should be the ID of my clerk user. So let's compare this. Hey, what's going on? Users, here's my user, this is the ID. Yep, that's exactly the document. So for that user, we've created a document in the high score. And if I now go back and play the game again, and now I finish it successfully, enter Simon, and we see last game was a win. We have played 2 games and we have 1 win. If you refresh that page, it will count up the values here. So because it's using like the params again and using the use effect token. Oh, actually, if I do it like this, it's not doing it. Interesting. Okay, let's do Simon again. Played 3, wins 2. The current streak is, isn't the current streak like 2? Let me try this again. Simon, last game is win. Okay, now the current streak is initially, if the win is true, current streak is 1. And here, if the current streak win is true and last game is win, there's a little bug. If win is true and last game win is this, then we add 1. Otherwise, we have to check if win is true. If win is true, we set it to 1 and otherwise to 0. Okay, that was a tiny little bug, but we fixed this. So this was not a major introduction to all the things of Firebase, but I thought it would be fun to have like a little backend behind our Wordle application, which you could now easily extend. You could easily now show a table where you have the users. You could also sync the email here. You could have an input field to like set a real name and then have another collection for names. I just wanted to open up like the gates of Firebase for you so you can start using it and showing you that it's actually really that easy to integrate it in your React Native app. And it also adds a nice little functionality to the Wordle clone. We're getting closer to the end of the clone, but I still have a few cool things left. So let's add React Native MMKV to our Wordle clone. Why? We want to add a functionality up here, so if we press that icon, it brings up a little modal, and in that modal we can toggle different settings. Well, in our case, we will just have like, let's open this, open link in new window. We're just gonna have some basic settings, and we're not really using them, but we will use this one because that allows us to manually toggle the dark mode, and I think this is something many of you will want in their application. So, how do we get started and why are we using MMKV? What is it? It is the fastest key value storage for React Native. It can be that easy. You could of course also use async storage. It probably wouldn't make a whole lot of difference in this case as we're just storing one key, but I really love MMKV and the work Mark Rosavi and the whole team at Magello is putting into this. So let's use this. Simply run npx expo install React Native MMKV. And then we can use this code down here to create a new instance. I actually don't know entirely if we need that code. Maybe Mark can let me know later, but probably he's not watching this. So let's create a storage.ts file here and paste this in, and this will be used. Yeah, we're gonna see if this is really used across our application. But anyway, what we need as well is a bit of logic in the game screen, and we need a new component. So let's create a settings modal. Once again, I just like to outsource these things into their own component. We could do all of this with the modal stuff in the game page, but it would be really uncomfortable for me. I don't know how you would feel about this, but I just don't feel it. But we can do the same logic like before. We just need two lines here. We need a ref to the modal. So let's do a settings modal ref, use ref from React. And then we use the bottom sheet modal and null. And then we add another function, handle, not const, but please const, handle present. Let's call this one handle present settings modal, exactly. And that should simply say settings modal ref current present. We don't even need more brackets. Okay, just two lines. And once we got this, we can add both our component. So let's go a bit down. Down here we would set the settings modal, and I would set the ref to my settings modal ref. I think we haven't even specified this on the modal, so let's do this in a second. Let's quickly also wrap one of our ionicons with a touchable opacity. Right, that was almost good. Opacity on press handle. Okay, I have a typo here. Handle present settings modal. I think this is what I wanted to say. We have not added the touchable opacity yet. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Let's see. Let's first change present now that modal is fixed. Then where is the, okay, just add the touchable. I feel like an idiot that I have to write this up here manually when we got AI and everything. It's a joke. It's such a joke. Touch, I'm gonna use cursor for the next clone. I feel like I'm gonna use cursor. I've read good things about cursor. So the settings modal should have the same setup like we had on the, what was it called? The subscribe modal. So basically something like this. Can we just copy this over? I feel like we could. Should we be, I don't want to do, but it's also, I'm very close to just copying the whole thing and then customizing it. I will do it. I'll do it, okay? I will do it. And I will call this one here now. Okay. settings modal and making sure the export at the bottom is correct. Okay, so at this point we should be able to click on the settings modal. The ref is set, the damage is done, and it opens, yeah, it opens this. But the trick is this is going to be the settings modal, okay? Trust me. So we can remove the benefits. Use memo, we're gonna actually just open it about 50%. We're gonna use the dismiss hook. I don't really need bottom, but I will later need some MMKV fun in there. So we need some states actually, but let's do this in a second. Let's, for the moment, change up the view. We got render backdrop, snap drawings. No, that looks pretty good. Modal buttons, that shouldn't be a link. And I just need like one in there. So one, probably just a little text in here. Settings. Yeah, benefits doesn't exist. We don't need all of that stuff. That was just, the whole bottom scroll view can be removed. The whole bottom area here can be removed. That looks better now. Okay, nice. Got nice little settings. Maybe we can set the style here to styles.container headline. Maybe a bit too big. Maybe we went a bit bold with that one. So let's just use it like this. And I want to change this up so it centers the text, and using flex 1. So then the settings will use up most of the space here and just leave some room for our tiny little dismiss icon. Cool. These are the buttons. Now for the rest of the view, let's wrap this in a view. I don't know. I just feel good about wrapping this in a view. Do we really need to? I don't know. We probably don't need to. Let's call this one styles.row. Do we have a row styling? No, apparently not. So let's bring in something. We just need the content container, the headline, and the modal buttons. We get that. The rest here can be removed. We're not really using that stuff. But we need something else. We need the row with a flex direction, row and justifying the content space between, so we can align the elements to the sides. A bit of margin and padding, and yeah, well, do you have to say something about this? This is pretty obvious, right? All right, the first row should now have a row text inside. So let's see, do we have something for that as well now? Styles.row text, okay. And the row text is like this one here. So a little bigger text, a little smaller text, you know the game. Okay, text, style, what is this? No. Just row text big, and then we're gonna say dark mode. And then we're gonna say row text small, change the app's theme. Good. We're gonna do a few of these rows now. Exactly, let's just do 3 of them. So the second could be, or the first one could be hard mode. This is dark mode, and this is high contrast mode. Just changing up some wording here and there. Okay, so you got 3 entries in there. Let's put this up a bit higher. Now, what we need is a little toggle here. And actually, there is a component, and I wasn't aware that this is like a native inbuilt React Native component. It's the switch, renders a Boolean input. I don't know, we don't see the preview right now, but this is pretty much how the switch looks like. We have a function to toggle the switch and the state, and then the whole switch itself. Let's use it. After the text view, we're gonna put in a switch, import from React Native, and then we need some state. Let's go up here and we see we can remove actually a bunch of things in here. That feels always good to clean up the view. Okay, okay, yeah, I will remove that one. That's fine. So we need hard and set hard. We need dark and set dark, and we need contrast and set contrast. Now, we could use state here, but there's actually something better. Because we initially installed MMKV, there is a hook which gives you immediate access to the value. So you don't need async storage and async await. You can use it directly with a hook. We can use MMKV boolean, and then we got the name of that boolean. So let's use dark. Is this hard mode? Yeah, this is hard mode. And then the instance. The instance is the one we created in our file before. So let's import from our component storage the storage. And this is how we will want to do it for all of these three. Second one is dark mode, and then we had contrast mode. Now, we also need a functionality to toggle these. So const toggle dark equals set dark to basically that's correct, but there can be a problem. So initially, if we get the boolean, initially the boolean will be undefined. So I think it's safer if we do it with a triple negation. Then even undefined would be turned to false. And now we can do exactly the same here for all three. And with those in place, we can go down. Thumb color, so on value change, let's say this is toggle hard. Value in this case would be hard, and also here. Let's see how that looks. Okay, it's a switch, and it's a bit funny, right? Isn't it? I don't really like that styling. So let's switch up a few things. So on value change and value are definitely the most important pieces here. I want to set the track color simply for true to a different value. So you could also just use like the default values. You don't even have to customize this. So in my case, I will remove the thumb color, or the iOS background should be like 9A, 9A, 9A. Okay. So a super simple switch that fits nicely into the theme of our application. And just like this, we are duplicating this for the other ones. So this would be toggle dark and dark value. And this one has the toggle contrast and contrast value. Okay, we got three switches. And if I reload this, we can play this, we can change this, okay, I can just only change this one, and if I reload the application, we should see that once we get there, the values are persisted. But you're gonna notice one thing, these toggles don't really do anything, and for 2, we're gonna actually leave it like that, but for the dark mode toggle, I told you and I promised you that we wanna react to this. So you see, if we toggle this, nothing happens. But we can do this, and we can quite easily react to this with a combination of 2 things. So let's go in our topmost layout file. In here we got the color scheme, and I will now also get the dark value by using use MMKV boolean, guess what, dark mode, and passing in my storage engine. I don't know if I really have to do this or if I could just go with the default. So this is the question I had for Mark. Not entirely sure, because if I remove it, it will probably work as well. So not sure what the difference is here. Now, this is not really toggling the UI yet. However, I can now add a use effect block, and you can actually, this is also described somewhere on MMKV. If we go into the hooks, you can also like observe them. You could, for example, use a value change listener, but I didn't really get the value. I only got like the change itself, so that wasn't helpful for me in that point. Therefore, we're gonna use effect, and within use effect, let's just wrap this up and use dark here as the dependency. That means we should get a log when the dark value changes. So let's give it a try. Dark false, dark true, dark false, dark true. And with that, we have the last missing piece. We can now manually change the appearance. And this works through the appearance API from React Native. And you can call the set color theme directly. So if dark is set, I will set the color theme of the app to dark, and otherwise I will set it to light. And with that in place, you see what's going on in the application. I can switch this around, I can play, I can go here and I go back. It's enabled everywhere. And even if I reload the application and on my device or on my MacBook, I have light mode enabled, we would still see the dark mode because the setting was persisted and we're using it. Isn't it cool? Big shout out once again to MacroSavi and MMKV. Great package, love it, and you should definitely use it all the time. Besides the game logic, this part is probably one of the most complicated of this clone, because now we want to add animations. We want to add things like this. We don't really have an error state yet, so we want to do something to shake the row, and we also want to implement this nice flip animation when the user presses enter after the row is done. On top of that, we'll also do some animations for the index screen, which are pretty easy. So probably this is the best way to get started. On this screen, I simply want to animate the appearance of the different elements in that screen. If you want to do this, you can use the Reanimated package, which is, as far as I know, installed. Let's quickly check. React Native Reanimated 3. Probably there's version 4 coming out. I just read a tweet about this as well. Hope this is not gonna change or break the code. So let's get started. Whenever you want to animate one of your views, you can just put in animated.view and then make sure you add the import from React Native Reanimated. You can also use the animated package from React Native, which allows you also to use the native driver to get like the best performance. However, honestly, I'm more of a fan of React Native Reanimated, and something is wrong with my coffee. I don't know what, but that looks strange. Let me take a sip. It tastes good, but it looks strange. Anyway, let's see how we can animate that header. We can now, as it is an animated view, simply say entering and define an entering animation. Reanimated has a bunch of, let's see, Reanimated, a bunch of examples and things you can use. So these are the layout animations. These are the entering and exiting animations, stuff like this. We can just simply import something like fade in or some other animation. So in my case, I will just use fade in down and hit save. And we see once the application reloads and the view appears, this comes in from the bottom. It's a small and gentle thing, but it's always pretty nice if you can introduce some gentle animations in an easy fashion to your application. Now, I also want to animate these buttons, and because there's no touchable opacity component, we have to create our own. So let's do an animated touchable opacity up here, using animated.createAnimated component. So there are a few included, like the animated view, a scroll view. Can we see it in here? Animated text, view, scroll view, image, flat list, but that's pretty much all you get. So if there's any other component you want to animate, you just wrap it with create animated component. And now we can use this animated touchable opacity. It won't really change anything. Really, I can just replace the touchable opacities here on this page and nothing will happen so far. So they're exactly the same. But now we can add an entering. So is this the first one? Yeah, I think so. For the first one, I want to add entering, just fade in left. So it's coming in from the left side. And I kind of want to do the same for the other, but I also want to have a little delay. So what I want to do next is this one here for login will get a dot delay of 100 milliseconds. And then this one down here will get a delay of probably 200 milliseconds. and this one gets a delay of about 300. And as a result, you get this nice view where things just slowly fade in with like a staggering animation. We can also finally add this one here, animated view for the footer. This one also gets an entering animation. By the way, you can also have an exiting animation, but this is not really helpful here as no element is leaving the screen in with any kind of if-else statement. So this one will just get a fade in delay 300. And now all the things on the screen coming gentle. It's maybe too much already, but I think we're right at the border where this is still cool. Okay, so these are layout animations, entering and exiting animations, super easy to use. We'll actually on the game screen use them as well. But this is the easiest part. After that, it gets, I promise you, a lot more challenging. So when I play the game, I want to animate how these rows appear on the screen. So we need to find the right place. Probably every cell here should get, let's make this an animated view first of all. And add animated from React Native reanimated, and then we add an entering animation, and this will be zoom in with a delay, and that delay will not be a fixed value, but it will be 50 times the cell index. Okay, so you see, with one line, I changed 2 lines. I made this an animated view and I add an entering. We got that. That's so cool. Like, it's not a lot, but it just gives your app such a better feeling. And I just love working with entering and exiting animations. But as I promised, now it's getting more challenging. So where do we get started? Maybe we start with the shake functionality if the row is wrong. Let's do a whole section here now on animations. We first start by creating an array of offset shakes. Array.from length is going to be my row's length, and for the content, I don't really need this. I just want to use shared value. So by using shared value, this value is treated on the native thread of your application. Can we lock this out? Well, it's basically an array of, how does the array look now? It has, it pretty much looks like this. So use shared value. So for our 6 rows, we would have 6 shared values. This is just so we can shake independently every row of our application. Okay, and the use shared value will be used very soon. Now, to animate this, let's create a function const shake row, and within that function we will then animate this, and then we still have to apply, of course, the offset shakes to our styling, or we need to use it for some styling that we then apply to the row. So maybe we do this as well, const row styles, and all of this I understand completely is a bit tricky, so take your time for this section. Especially reanimated can be hard on its own if you use like one shared value, and if you use one row styling or use animated style, which is then used to calculate the styling. And we also need to combine this with our array logic for different rows and even cells later. So this is really challenging. I understand it. I try to make it and go through it as slow as possible. So I'm gonna do another one. This one has also the length of our rows constant. Okay, and then we create this. We don't really need this. Let's call this index. We got time for that as well. Okay, arrow. Are we still fine here? Yes, I think so. So what we want to return here is use animated style. This is the reanimated styling object that we then attach to our rows. And within it, we just return transform. And I want to transform only. Let's close this. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see if we can manage to get the brackets right first of all. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we have an array of animated styles, and they all have the translate x set to my offset shakes at the index value. So that means I can control every row one by one and shake these rows. If I now want to shake a row, let's add the row styles first. So the row style simply goes to a game field row. So let's make this an animated.view. And for the styling, we make it an array. And then we just, as the second one, use row styles at the row index. So that should give each the right sort of animation. Good. If we want to shake a row, or let's probably also say when we want to shake a row, that should be in the check word functionality. We can remove these to-dos here, but right here, not a word, to-do show error. This is the place where we shake it out, and same up here. If the word length isn't correct, then we shake it out as well. For the moment, I will ignore the not a word thing because, well, I'll just ignore it. All right, now let's go into shake row, and our shake row should simply, as you've seen in the GIF before, shake that one row left, right a couple of times. So if you want to play around with the values, I will do it like this, so you can like better do it. I'm gonna set the offset to 90, and then let's set the time to 80. I think this is better. And the offset to 10. I think I looked at the wrong values. So I now need to set my offset shakes at the current row. This is the one we want to shake. And I want to set the value to with sequence. So we want to run a sequence here. Not just animate the number once in one direction, because we want to actually shake it. So with a sequence, we do with timing. We want to do minus offset. This is the to value of our animation. And the duration should be time, or let's say time divided by 2. That makes it a bit faster. Minus, that should be offset, by the way, and this should be offset. Okay, better. So this is basically shaking it to the left. Then with repeat, we want to use offset that shakes it to the right, using duration of our specified time. Then we want to reverse this 4 times. And do I have to set that value? I feel like I have made, yep, there's still an issue in here. So we want to repeat this, but we need to wrap it in with timing again. So offset, duration, time, and I want to do this 4 times. And then we can reverse this true. Now the parameter comes. Good. And once this is done, I want to do with timing back to offset 0. So we're going to translate x 0 back in half the time, and then the animation should be finished. This is all we need to shake that row. Let's see. I will enter some sort of random word and press enter. And we have that nice shaky animation. You see? It wasn't too hard. Like, these lines gave us that shake animation. So if I didn't fill in the words, you could play around, of course, but like the offset and the times. If you increase the offset, it would shake a whole lot harder. So that's maybe too hard. Maybe 20 would still work, but that's also quite a lot. You can also play around with this one, speeding it up a bit. So maybe that even feels better. So this is the good thing. If you put these into const, you can just play around with them. Okay. This one was somewhat challenging. It was okay, I guess. But now we also want to do this flip animation. And that means for every tile, we need an animation, and we need some sort of like delay between them. So it's going to be really challenging. Better grab your coffee first. I still don't understand what's going on here with the milk. Is the milk bad? At least we're towards the end of the video, so if the milk was bad, I'm probably able to finish it. Okay, we have the offset shakes and we have the row styles. Now we need some more. We need rotation of the tiles, we need backgrounds, and we need borders. So let me create them. Let's just leave the shake row as it is. So maybe we can say shake. And then down here we have flip. Okay, so this is what we want to do first for flip. It looks a bit different because we're now creating two-dimensional arrays. We create an array with 6 rows, and then for all we do another one with 5 for 5 tiles. And they get, for the tile rotations, they get a shared value 0. For the backgrounds, they get a shared value transparent. And for the border, they get the shared value gray. I hope that makes sense. This is like the basic setup of shared values for two-dimensional array here. Then we can create the tile styles. That should once again be of the length rows using the index here. And then as before, because it's two-dimensional, I need to return an array from with a length of 5. And let's call this tile index. And this one should then return my use animated style. And I want to return, that looks interesting. We will accept it for the moment. I don't know if it is correct. Let's see. So for every tile we create a use animated style that has transform to rotate X using tile rotates at the row index and the tile index dot value degrees. Wow, that was pretty good, Copilot. Congratulations. The background color is cell backgrounds at the row index and the tile index dot value and the border. That was pretty good. Indeed, indeed. Okay. Oh, I feel like still we might have messed up something somewhere. There needs to be another bracket. Yes. Okay. So now we need to attach these tile styles to our tiles. Let's find them. They should be the ones here with the cell styling, and then I will get the tile styles. Now, on top of that, it means we don't really need the background and border color like this anymore, but we still need them. So right now, why is this so slow? I don't know. So right now, you see this is still applying, but we haven't set the background correctly because the tile styles are not changing. They're just using the shared values here, but that's of course not the whole story. We still need to create an animation that will flip them. So let's do one flip row. Okay, and flip row is a bit challenging. So flip row should be called when the word is correct. So let's go back to my check word function. If we are passing these checks, so you could add a return now if you want to, then I want to flip my row. The row flip will take about 1.5 seconds. So this is why initially I had a little delay here. That means even for the last row, we would still see this animation, and then we would go to the next screen. Okay, so let's implement flip row next. For flip row, we are starting pretty much same like before. I will just set the time to 300 and the offset to 90 this time. And then we need to work on tile rotates for the current row. And I want to call for each here. So for each value and index, we will create an object. Maybe we should, yeah, now we have to use value. This is like the tile style. Let's call this tile style. I think that makes more sense because then we can say tile style dot value and then we set it to something. So now we're setting for every tile in that row the new value of that shared value. we're gonna use with delay because we want to make this like a stagger animation. It shouldn't run in parallel, like the first, then the second, then the third. This is what we want to do. So with delay, taking in the index times 100. Okay, that means 500 milliseconds. And then we can run our animation with a little sequence. And we want to do with sequence with timing again, so we can specify our timing using offset. And for the duration, I just want to use time. That should be fine. And then we have another one with timing, which brings this one back to 0 and use the time duration. All right, what are we doing here? I actually don't know what we're doing. We're setting the values of our tile rotates. So we're rotating an object by X, which will give us this nice little flip animation. And we rotate it to 90 degrees. So we have the flip, and then we go back to 0. This is the whole idea. I actually don't know, maybe it already works now. Let me check. I don't know, why is this so slow right now? Do I introduce some timeout or animation somewhere where I shouldn't add? Interesting. Let's put in a lock here. Okay. So let's put in Simon. Okay, this is not a word, so it would run shake and flip at the same time. And I won as well. Okay, we need a different way here. I will disable the shaking for not a word right now, so we can have any kind of word. We also have the row, the flipping of, where's the flip? Flip row should happen at the right time. I don't know why this is so slow. So if I look at this and press enter, why is it not flipping my row? Or maybe it is flipping the row and I'm just not seeing it correctly. That's hard to debug. Let's find out. With sequence, with timing, it looks good. Not a word, flip row 0. Let me check. We also, of course, need the cell color and the border color. So those are two things we need to consider. Maybe it's only working if we have the background color. But I wonder, it should in theory flip these. So we're using row styles at index for that animated view. We have the row index. Why are they not flipping yet? We have the, oh yeah, this is not correct. We can't just pass tile styles. We have to use tile styles at row index at cell index. This is what we need. Let's do it again. Now it's also faster. Nah, how does it look? Isn't that good? Nicely. Okay, now we have the flip animation. Now we also need to update the background color. And I will put this now, we could probably, could we do it in flip row? We probably could. I don't know if we can actually. But what I want to do is I want to copy our two functions, which were called get cell color and get border color. And I want to comment them out. I think we're not using them right now. And we want to redo them. Also, I want to call this set cell color and set border color, because they're now doing a tiny bit different. They're setting our shared values. We're going to keep this. If the current word row index greater than 0, that's fine. If the word letters at cell index is equal, then I won't return something, but I want to set my cell backgrounds at the row index, at the cell index dot value to green. But just like before, I want to make this with delay. If I just, I mean, I could just leave it like this for the moment, but then we would see that it's not working. So this would turn it here, and here we would set it to a gray color, and else we would return or set this one to transparent. Okay. I'm sorry. Here we go. What is happening now? Let's check it out. If I play this, it flips, and we're not calling it yet. So we need to do this. I feel like we shouldn't do it in here, but we're gonna give it a try. We need to call set color now, set cell color for every cell. I don't know at which index we are at this point. So let's map rows, current row dot map. Or we could also use for each, doesn't really matter. But at that point, I want to call set cell color using the cell, the current row, and the cell index. Let's see. So in theory, once we hit enter, it should set the cell color. It might set it to a wrong row, flip row with 0. It usually should be fine. But I also only want to set the color a bit later. So I think this is not the right place. This is just not the right place. I want to do it. Let's add a use effect. Use effect. Okay. And I want to use the current row. So whenever the current row value changes, I want to check. If current row, like if this is triggered the first time, if current row is equal to 0, then I will just return, because in that case we don't need to do any kind of updating of the styling. Otherwise, I want to do this, but I feel like this is, yeah, that would be a problem, because then it would run it for cell 1. So I need to use at that point current row -1. And also here, current row -1. Okay, right. This looks better. Let's give it a try. Okay, yeah, that's sort of better. But now we see that it's doing the stuff immediately. This is what I wanted to say, right? So it's coloring them and it's flipping them later. By the way, we can do the same for set border color. It's going to be the same in here. So now we should return or change this to with delay and use the same delay in here. So cell index times 200. And then with timing, I want to set it to colors light green. And this is now what we need in the other places as well. Do you understand this? Cell index times 200, colors light, yep. And same here with delay, And for transparent, I'll just use with timing, transparent, and then a duration of, I don't know, 100. Okay, let's see. Let's play this game. Voila! Almost perfect. We just need to fix the border color. So set border color would be, can we just call this? No, because this is not returning anything now. We probably need this code here from set cell color. So if the current row is greater than the row index, and also the cell isn't empty, in that case, I want to check if it's correct. I want to set it to green, but I want to set cell borders. Cell borders here, cell borders here. And finally, in that case, in the else case, we will set, that case should never happen. Should it? I feel like that shouldn't happen. Okay, let's go back. Let's play it again. I'm excited. You're too? it turns, and it has, yeah, it is. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but well, it's kind of perfect. I don't see any flaw with this animation anymore. So this part wasn't easy. It was definitely challenging, especially the second one, flipping the row. So with the two-dimensional array of tile styles and using shared values across the place and then setting a color, it requires some fine-tuning of like the delays and all of that. But once you got it figured out, you got a pretty epic animation here in your application. Also, we should be able to see that we added this little delay. So for the last row, if I now add Simon, our solution, oh, that was wrong, Simon, we should see that it still plays the flip animation, and then we go to the end screen. Exactly like this. This was what we wanted to see. So, hopefully this gave you a nice little gentle introduction to Reanimated as well. Check out more about it. We do have a course on that in Galaxies as well. We can learn more about it, but overall, just keep in mind, entering and exiting animations, super easy to do, animated styling, very powerful to add things like shake, error messages or whatnot. Reanimated is your best friend. Normally you can play the Wordle game on the web and now also on a device. I think it started on the web. And as a funny little one more thing, let's also build a web version of our application. We didn't do anything about this yet. So let's just press W and see what comes up. So here is the preview of my React Native application running on the web, and it should work pretty good because we're using Reanimated. That should work on the web. We have Expo Router, and we don't see anything. So that's a good start. Appearance, default, set colors, let's zoom in a bit, is not a function. Okay, we got the first little problem. This should be related to our layout and this line, okay? Because this appearance API is not available on the web. So let's just wrap this with if platform OS is unequal to web, then we're gonna run that line. As a result, you see that? We even get the reanimated animations because they work on the browser as well. Stuff like this just works. There's not really a whole lot we need to do about that. We could still log in. We can play. Okay, on that screen, we certainly have some work to do, especially regarding the keyboard. So let's go to the on-screen keyboard. And let's see, we got the width from the window dimensions. And for the key width, I now want to make a separation. If platform OS equals web, no, actually lowercase web, then we're going to set them fixed to a value of 58, and otherwise we're going to use that. It's actually pretty good. that actually solves almost all the problems already. Can we do this? Shaky shake works. Entering, flipping, all of that just works. Like, there's not a lot of work we have to do to make this ready for the web. The only bigger thing is really that I would like to use my keyboard. So we need an event listener for the keys. We could do this in the on-screen keyboard, or let's do it in the game. I don't know which place would be better, honestly. I don't know. So after our animation fun, let's do web, and let's do a use effect in which we set up these listeners. So we're gonna make this listen to the current column. There's a reason, because this needs to update whenever we go into a new cell. We need to add a new, basically add a new listener. So I want to add a const handle key down using the event, and then I want to check if platform.os is equal to web. I want to add to the document an event listener on key down to handle my key down, and then we're gonna return to clean up after us. If we're on the web, I'm gonna remove that event listener again. So now I should be able to see these keys. Can we just, we can now do it here. So I can press keys and I get the log. And now we just need to pass them. So this is enter, this is backspace. We just need to handle them accordingly. So if event.key is equal to enter, I'm gonna call my add key enter. Else if it is backspace, I'm gonna use backspace. And else if there's something included, I'm gonna call event.key. I don't even need to uppercase. That's going to be handled. And voila. I can play this completely with my keyboard. So good. So good. I really love it. Like, honestly, I think our Wordle, and especially the native version, is a bit better than the official Wordle. It looks a bit stiff to me, so if you need support, New York Times, in updating this and use React Native, just reach out, let me know. And also there are like thousands of people in the React Native community after this video that should be able to improve on it. So, but anyway, the initial work and the idea is of course the important part. But there's one more thing. We still want to build our application and publish it. Because only locally, that's boring. Boo, Simon, we can do this on our own. So how to publish websites with Metro. First, you have to set the web output in your app configuration, in the app JSON, right? This is the one you set it. You can set it to single, which is like a single page application. Don't really want this. Server is pretty cool because then you can also have API routes, as you see here. But we will actually use it. We could probably just use static. Let's check what the current setting is in the app JSON. What is the key? Expo Web output. Expo Web bundler metro output static. I'm actually fine with static for this clone. We don't have API routes. So let's run the command npx expo export platform web. This will bundle our application into a static app in the dist folder. And this dist folder can be served locally if you want to, for a little check. App exported to disk card. So you see, here is an index file. Isn't it beautiful? Well, not really. If we want to serve that, I think there's single. Let's use static. We can just run npx serve on our dist folder. That's handy. I thought I had to spin up a local server. So let's npx serve the dist folder. It should be available on localhost 3K. And again, same game, same fun. But I want to host this somewhere now. And this is where it gets interesting. I usually really like to use Netlify for most of my applications. So you can create an account at Netlify if you want to. It's free. You can just sign up with GitHub, I think, as well. And then if you use static rendering, you can skip this step. This is cool, but you need the Netlify CLI, or at least I recommend it. And then we just run Netlify deploy our dist directory. So let's clean this. Netlify deploy. Directory set to this. Create and configure a new site. I will use my team. Call this Wordle video. Did I have a typo? No, I don't think so. So admin URL Wordle video. Should be right here. Site has not yet been deployed. Uploading. Okay, if everything looks good on your draft URL, deploy it to your main site URL with a -- prod flag. So this is what we would run if everything looks fine. Where is my preview? Open deploy. Yeah, this is the preview and everything looks good. So let's publish the site finally as a last command of this clone, netlify deploy -- prod. Please provide a publish directory, dist, deploying, waiting for deploy to go live. And I should now be able, Wordle video.netlify.app. Congratulations if you came this far. Here is your Wordle application running in the browser. it's still using only one Simon word, so you could probably fix that and change it to all words. But then you have a basically responsive, well, it's not super responsive. We could do something about the smaller screen size maybe. So that's left to you. But overall, you have a web version and you have an application using all the latest and greatest technology. Of course, we have the Clerk authentication, which should work fine in my browser as well. You see, it's just triggering the same stuff like we have on a device. So if you get any problems, let me know in the comments. And otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this. Alright, and that's it for the Wordle clone. Let me know in the comments what you think about this clone. I highly enjoyed it, especially all the cool, really practical things we did along the clone, like the light and dark mode changes, MMKV, simple Firebase integration, animations, and all the other things, the web support of our application. There's so many really cool things, and it has become like a full thing that you could easily deploy and show in your GitHub repository. So thanks for sticking with me. If you want to support these and make more happen, check out Clerk, the sponsor of this video, with the link below this video, and give it a try. Simply install it in your application. It is really easy to get started, as you've probably seen in the application, and also powerful along the way with different components and more features to come. Again, if you're not yet subscribed, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and also check out galaxies.dev, my own online school, if you want more React Native courses. And I hope you enjoyed it, and I will catch you in the next one. So until then, happy coding, Simon.